Because it's 5:30, I'd like to go ahead and begin and call this meeting to order. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, very good. Okay, good evening. Glad you're here. All righty, so we're ready to start. Good afternoon and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council special meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 17th, and it's approximately 5:31 in the afternoon. As you can see, all counselors are present with the exception of one of our counselors, Counselor Jordan, who has a conflict this evening with his graduate class, and he is excused, but he's going to try to interact with us throughout the evening if he can. If you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Besides welcoming any citizens this evening to our chambers, we'd like to also welcome Ms. Kinsler's budget class from UTSA, the graduates class, so thank you for being here. And we also want to welcome all the people, I know we've got thousands of them, looking at us at home in their comfort of their home or office on live stream. So welcome to all those participants as well. So, and if you have any cell phones, if you'll please silence those, we appreciate that. All right, so our first portion of our agenda this afternoon is our budget workshop. And we have presentation, discussion, and workshop on an ordinance approving and adopting fiscal year 2018-29 budgets and associate capital acquisition plans and ratifying fiscal year 2018-2019 general fund budget. And this is the first reading as required by our city charter. And our city manager, Kelly Kinsler, will be presenting this evening. Good evening and welcome. Just a housekeeping thing. Would you want us just to wait until you're finished before we ask questions, or how do you want to do that?
Mayor, council, that's up to the pleasure of the council.
Okay. All right. So
how would you like to handle it?
I'd like to ask questions as we go. I think it's
Okay.
it just
fine.
because something pops in, so that would be
Fine.
great. Thank you. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing my graduate students from UTSA. Not everybody's here, but 1, 2, 3, 6 of us are here. I'm taking row.
Uh-oh.
But I wanted to thank you for allowing the grad students to come and watch. This is what we do for 5 weeks. And so for them to be able to come in and actually watch a budget workshop in real life, I think is really good for them.
Mm-hmm.
So I thank you, and I know they thank you as well.
These are your A students?
These are your A students.
I told them I wanted every one of them to walk out of that class in 5 weeks with what grade? An A, absolutely. Absolutely, that's right. So yes, they're all going to be my A students, Counselor Martinez. That's my hope. So the overview of the general fund for fiscal year 19, we're projecting a fund balance in the general fund of about $1.452 million. That, of course, is in your capital reserve fund, and we still have the $1 million that you set aside in the emergency fund for an estimated total of $2.452 million. So if you still have your budget books in front of you, the information that the bottom of the totals, these are under your general fund summary, and you can see that your general fund summary balances match with those balances right up there.
There's a little bit of difference. On mine, it's 1456, 692.
Oh, because we didn't replace those pages in your book. That's right, we didn't get your book back. Okay, that's right. So if we didn't get your book back from you, we will replace those pages for you. Yeah. So the emergency fund by itself represents about 1 month of the city's operating income. The combined fund balance represents about 2 years and 6 months of operating income. We did not put any extra money in the emergency fund balance this year. And the reason we didn't is because you actually have a policy that says after the audit, if there is savings, you all can consider looking at putting, adding a little bit more to that reserve fund if that's what you decide to do. So if you so choose, we can revisit that in the fall and we can add some more to your emergency fund. But for right now, we didn't add anything to it. So as presented tonight, the fiscal year 19 general fund budget that you see before you is balanced. And then what we're going to go through now is just some revenue highlights and some expenditure highlights. The operating revenues that we are projecting for fiscal year 19 are almost $11.5 million. In order to fund the 19 general fund budget, you see the tax rate of the 0.541599 cents per $100 of valuation. So if you compare that to the 2018 tax rate, that's about $0.015 lower than you were last year. So some things to take into consideration when you say we're $0.015 lower. Number one, what you're going to see in a few slides ahead is that your property values are higher this year by about $10,000. And we are going to assume, because we paid off one of our debts this year in February, that your INS fund is actually going to be a little bit lower. But when we had the workshops, we also talked about restructuring of your other debt, which is the debt that built your city hall and your fire station. So right now we have it at about $0.015 lower than last year's rate.
So, excuse me.
Yes.
If the interest and sinking comes in lower, I just heard you say we could restructure the existing debt. So that would mean we'd keep the 0.541599 as is, or could we lower that if the INS comes in lower?
So you could do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You could do either.
That's an option.
That's
Okay.
definitely an option.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, one more thing. If you stay at that revenue highlights page, go back one more, Vicki, if you would, please. Keep in mind that this is going to change because Bexar County will actually certify those bottom rates right there on July the 20th. The tax assessor will do the calculations after that. So first comes Bexar County, then after Bexar County comes the tax assessor. And what they will do is they will calculate your true tax components, and we should have those numbers by August the 7th. And when we have those numbers back from Bexar County, that's actually what's going to give you the effective and the rollback tax rate. Revenue highlights continued. Once again, Bexar County is projecting an increase in tax value. That has nothing to do with Leon Valley or appraisers in Leon Valley. That's Bexar County appraisers, and that's what they're projecting right there. They're projecting about almost a $58 million increase over last year. It's yet to be determined the amount that we're going to lose to appeals. Last year we lost about $28.5 million to appeals. We can find this information out within about a 5% range or a 5% margin of error by the end of July. Your ad valorem tax revenue for tax year 18 actually increased by about $411,000 over 2017. After we receive the effective and the rollback tax rate calculations, that number you see right above there may change. And this is a slide that we try to put in. There's several slides that we try to put in just for informational purposes, but when we go over the workshop for the second time, we'll exclude a lot of these tables because we will already have seen them once at our individual workshops and then once at a public workshop. So this is your average taxable home value increase in Leon Valley as determined by Bexar County. You saw about a $10,445 increase from 18 to 19 in home values. And then you can see down there the average tax increase due to the appraisal value increases coming up is about $32.34.
Can I just ask another question?
Absolutely.
Go back to the other.
Sure.
So how does the rate figure in there? Isn't it, doesn't the rate have something to do with that number too? I mean, the appraisals, yes, but then we have to multiply it.
There's a calculation. I'm going
There's
to
a
let Vicki tell you
calculation
that.
there, so
That 931.46
Uh-huh.
is based upon that
Point five.
0.54, yes, ma'am.
.54, that
99.
99, okay. But that could change either up or down, and that number could change. I mean, after July 20th. But
Absolutely.
I guess just the point I'm trying to make is, yes, it's increase in ad valorem, or the value of your home, but it's also the rate. The rate does,
The rate's gone down, so
I know, but that increase will be determined by our rate too, right? Isn't the rate the factor as well, besides?
Your
besides-
revenue's gone up, your increases have gone up, but your taxes have come down by $0.015. And that's simply due to our revenue projections because of the increased value.
Mhm. But if that rate could go even a little bit lower, then that increase is even lower. I guess that's what I'm trying to
That
make.
could happen. Yeah,
It could happen.
absolutely.
That's the
Absolutely.
point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide, please. This is your property tax levy. You'll notice, of course, for 18 and 19, you see the little asterisks by that. These are still projections, but we are projecting this year about $5.5 million in tax levies. We also, every year, let you know what type of revenue loss you're receiving from a property tax freeze. And what this is, and I think we may have already talked about this in class, but what this is people over the age of 65 can apply to freeze their tax rate. They can actually apply to freeze their Bexar County tax rate, their city tax rate, but they can't apply to freeze any taxes that they pay to the schools. Okay?
Mhm.
And that's important for the class because I think that's a test question. So.
Okay.
But that's the revenue loss increase that you see from the freeze in Leon Valley, or the anticipated one. Tax rate history. Pretty stable throughout the years. The picture that this does paint is that you had that 2009 debt. Refunding bonds were paid in full in February of 18, and we talked about that during our workshops. But the debt for this building and the fire department, the renovations, was restructured so that it went up once that February loan was paid off. And so that's why we're kind of non-committal about the INS rate right now. We do anticipate it may drop a little bit, but it's not going to be significant because of the restructuring of the other debt.
Okay.
Which was the bond that the citizens approved, of course, for the buildings. So last year when we looked at outstanding debts, you actually had the 4 categories on the bottom, but we paid off one of them, so now we only have the 3. The PPFCO was done in 2009, and that was the purchase of the famous fire ladder truck. That's okay. Denise's news is playing. That's okay.
Yeah, might need to silence that, yeah, right, thank you. So,
Okay, so your outstanding debt, the second one is your GO bonds. Somebody asked, I don't know which one of it was at the workshops, but what the percentage rate was on those bonds, and it's 2.45%. Oh, I wanted to mention on the PPFCO bond, which is your fire truck, you have a call option in 2019. So if we could sell that thing, that we were talking about, timing is right for that right now. Certificate of obligations, you see there at the bottom, which are your 2016 COs. Maturity date is until 2046. The rate on those is 3.45%. And of course, it was restructured so that the payment went up. And that 4th one on the bottom table, of course, has dropped off. And I want to remind you what those 2009 refunding bonds were. They refunded the 1998 certificates of obligations that you all did. It was used for the land across the street, for city equipment, to purchase property, and I think that's all. That's all I remember.
Ms. Kinsler, did you
Yes.
say what the 2009 PPFCO rate was?
I do not have the 2009 PPFCO rate.
Uh-huh.
The rate, I've not figured
Vicki, could you use your mic? Thank you.
I had not figured what they consider the TIC, which is the rate of the average of all of the debt issued. but-
Okay,
Okay,
There
let
we
me say that again.
okay.
I've not figured what they consider the tick rate, which is the average of all the rates, because rates go up. The average, so I can give you the range. That's on that chart. So which one did you want to know? I apologize.
The 2009 PPSCO, because we have the
Ms.
rates for the
Kinsler
other
gave us
two.
the 12 and the
Okay,
16
the rate went from 2 to 4.2. That's the range,
Oh, okay,
the overall range.
okay,
So
Very good.
you might at the very end have a 4.2.
okay, all right.
And you're always going to have debt that's going to have a range of interest rates throughout the term of the debt.
Okay, very good, thank you.
So projected revenue increases or decreases. City sales tax, we are projecting is going to go up about 2%. We just got a 6% increase from last month, so I think we're being pretty conservative with that, which would give you an increase in city sales tax of about $33,000. Our mixed drink tax actually went down this year. Don't know why, but it did. Economic development sales tax also up about 2%. And your ad valorem taxes, we're anticipating and projecting that they'll go up about $418,000, which is a 10.5% increase from the FY18 budget. We use the number in your ad valorem taxes only for budgeting purposes. So that's how much more did we put in our budget. This includes the current ad valorem taxes, penalty, delinquencies, interest, that includes all of it. And this is different from what Bexar County calculates, and it's different from what they will give us without penalties, delinquencies, and interest. So what they're going to give us is going to be off from that number right there. New projected revenue this year. So last year we didn't even have this screen. We've done all sorts of new stuff this year. One is your impound lot fees of about $222,000. One is your impound lot auctions of about $78,000. Red light camera fines of about $1.75 million. And red light camera late fees come in at about $20,000. And as we go through this, there's a little asterisk there just to keep in mind that the red light camera revenues can only be used for Tier 1, which is administrative purposes, and Tier 2, which is traffic safety expenses, and we actually share Tier 2 with the state of Texas. Impound lot revenue, however, is structured differently. It can be used to cover the expenses first and foremost of the impound lot, and then after that, the general fund can take the rest of the impound lot money. Expenditure highlights. We're looking at operating expenditures of about $1.6 million. That's an increase of $1.1 million over last year's fiscal year budget, and that's due primarily to your impound lot and your red light cameras, two new programs that we established during the last fiscal year. Capital expenditures come in at under $1 million, and that was a decrease. Last year they were like $3.5 million. They decreased by 2.612 because during this fiscal year, we anticipate that we will complete the Evers Road Bridge project. And so that's why that's so much lower. Huge decrease there. Wanted to talk to you just a little bit about the impound lot right now. What we're using for the impound lot right now is we have one full-time employee. As you've seen, we have that new little building over there for the full-time employee. We need to increase it now to 2 people because what we're doing is borrowing people from City Hall to go over there, which is including street officers. We're using it for advertising for the auctions. We're using it for the cost of keys, so there may be cars that we might impound that do not come with keys, and so we have to get them keyed. Fixing of the vehicles so that we can actually sell them at the auction, and then towing expenses. Under your red light cameras, the primary expenditures in there are going to be personnel, and we're going to show you how we've moved those costs around in personnel and red light cameras. And also your vendor fees, which are the fees that we pay to ATS.
Okay,
And that's a significant portion of that.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
the capital expenditures, a decrease of 692, is that all attributed to the Evers Road Bridge, or is that additional?
That's the primary decrease, is your Evers Road Bridge. Otherwise, it would be pretty close.
Okay, because is that must be the grant plus our share?
Yeah, don't forget, we have to
Yeah,
budget for the grant. Mm-hmm.
We had to, so the grant money is in there, the 1.6 or whatever
We
it
have to
was.
count that as a
Okay,
revenue.
all right, very good, thank you.
Fund balance history has decreased significantly. You have chosen to do a lot of good things with it, but you have definitely brought down your fund balance. So this year, we are proposing a single amount for capital for the fire department and public works. But in addition to that, your really big expenditures and fund balances have been $500,000 plus on the William Rancher case, the fire truck that we purchased, which was about $500,000, $500,000 on the Evers Road Bridge project, and then we had was about $250,000 on that ambulance? $204,000 on that ambulance. When I get in the ballpark, Vicki can nail it. Leaving you a total fund balance history down there at the bottom of almost $1.5 million. So there's two schools of thought on that, and you know this is strictly a policy decision. But one school of thought is that we need to build our fund balance because of a catastrophe or an unexpected expense, just like you were able to pay to the William Rancher properties or your ambulance or whatever. So you need to build your fund balance for that reason. However, the other school of thought is if you don't need all that money, then why are you taxing all that money? And that really becomes a policy decision in the end. That's yours. General fund budget summary. Total operating revenues of about $11.4 million. If you consider the other financing sources that we have in there that we'll talk about, it actually brings your resources available to $12.2 million. Total of expenditures of about $12.07 million, leaving you a balance of $1,452,000, which is your ending fund balance.
Okay, so we're taking the 779,134 in the 18-19 budget out of the reserve fund. Is that correct? Bringing it down to that 1.4.
And the $20,000.
And the 20,000 is for what?
The oak wilt.
Oak wilt. Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll
Okay.
talk about that as the slides go on.
Okay. So, but you said that 779 is primarily for the fire department and public works capital? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I was writing that down. Do you have anything to add to that, Vicki? Okay. General fund revenue summary is outlined there. You can see we're anticipating or projecting an increase of about $418,000 in your property taxes. Sales tax and mixed drinks actually go up $38,229. If we didn't have to take the $3,000 hit on our mixed drinks, they would be going up $41,229. Franchise fees actually went down by almost $50,000. We are attributing this to residents that are cutting their cable. Folks are getting rid of Time Warner, for instance, and we've also got a lot fewer franchise fees from AT&T. And what you see people doing is going to Netflix and Hulu, that kind of stuff instead, and we don't get franchise fees off of that. Licenses, permits, fees, and fines. That right there is new, almost $2 million. That's your red light camera and your impound lot money. Under other grants, you'll see almost $1.2 million, and that is, of course, in the parentheses, it's reduced, and that's because of the elimination of the Evers Road Bridge project. Yes, ma'am. Under general government expenditures, this is for the business office, the manager's office, finance and council. You see about a $91,000 reduction in personnel services. So what we've done is we've taken some of the administrative positions and attributed a portion of their salary to Tier 1 under red light camera, those people that are working under red light camera. And some examples of that would be Vicki and Ashley's position, because of what they have to do for the admin duties that they have to do for red light camera. Same thing, a small portion out of the manager's office. There's a portion out of the court clerks. They're taking red light payments now. So that's why you see the decrease in personnel services there. We also took IT out of personnel services, which is why you see that substantial increase in contractual services, because we're paying IT out of there now. Second line item, supplies. That's the trend that we saw. And under capital, you see a reduction of about $10,000. So if we're going to dissect now the government expenditures, and we're going to look at the business office, finance, and then manager and council. Under the business office, which is typically your municipal court, if you'll notice the credit card fees there in the top portion were completely eliminated of the $6,000. And then the bottom portion, the highlighted portion, we re-entered them at 12.3. And that's because since we've changed our process and are more credit card friendly, we're seeing a lot more credit card fees, processing fees. So that's one significant change that's in there. One of you asked during the workshops that we had what the Cintas was for. That's for the floor mats that they bring in regularly. And then contractual services, do you see all those first 5 or so reductions right there in that middle category? That's because municipal court is just about there. Starting the new fiscal year, which will be October 1st, they will be completely paperless. We're just waiting to pull the trigger, if you will, when the new fiscal year starts. And so I think that's anything that stood out to me on that one. Under finance, not a lot to tell here. You see the difference on the very top line item, your external audit fees. They were reduced by $4,493, and that's because now we can call that an administrative expense under Tier 1 of our red light cameras. So that's why you see the difference or the reduction there. The Bear Appraisal District dues, we have no control over that. That's what they're going to bill us this year, so we added the $2,143 there. The remote backup we got to remove because that's now part of our Barcom services, which is our contractual IT provider. Everything else is pretty small. Small increase in water and electric, which is disappointing, considering that we have solar panels now. Mm-hmm. Under the manager and council expenses, that very first line item up there for TML, that's for lawsuit deductibles when TML represents us. Under the fourth line, you see the complete elimination of that $7,000. I'm sorry, the complete addition of the $7,000 under code supplements. And that's because you all chose the codification process last year. So now that you've gone through the codification process, we have to go through and make certain that all the new ordinances are not only published, but that they're also put into the new books and that they're kept up to date.
And this will be an annual expense?
Absolutely. This will be a recurring expense from now on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As far as the record storage, you're seeing a downward trend there. And that's because you're seeing so many of the departments here going electronic and going paperless. So we just don't need the storage that we were anticipating. You see a really nice reduction there in the second portion under night office solutions. And that's because we're buying a new copier. I have my fiscal years mixed up during our budget workshops. The new copier actually goes to the back portion where the mail room is for this year. And then in 20 on the capital plan, we have the smaller copier budgeted for right in here. So that information for 2 groups at least was wrong. So I wanted to make sure I corrected that today.
Yeah.
Okay. And under night office solutions, you'll see that significant reduction. That's because if you buy a new copier, We don't need a new annual maintenance agreement for the copier if you all approve it. It would be purchased in October of 2018. This replaces our RICO plan that we have, which ends up eliminated in there, and that was significantly higher. If you look towards the bottom there, the last two items under contractual services, actually the last three. Well, no, let's go the last four. The fourth to the last one, this is a new building. It's been here, what, come two years?
2016, February of 2016.
Okay, so almost 2.5 years, and it's never been pressure washed or cleaned. And so she got a quote and did that. The other thing she put in there was the windows have never been washed on any of the buildings since they were built. So she added that. And in the last two is actually air conditioner maintenance and software upgrades for the current system now. If you look towards the third section under manager and council, the first two stayed flat, but the third one, which is printing, actually increased by about $17,000. And that's because, number one, we moved the printing of the Lion's Roar from the Community Development Department to the Manager and Council Department. We are also now publishing ordinances. We continue to publish job postings, advertisements, that kind of stuff. The subscriptions to publications, you saw an $80 increase. There was a question as to what those publications might be. Those are law and procedure manuals, they're election manual updates, they're human resources law updates, even like your Texas local government code updates. So those are the regular subscriptions that you'll see under the manager and council line items. Under general government, there's only one request for a capital item. That capital item is a copier scanner, which would replace the one in the mailroom. And then in FY20, under our 10-year capital plan, as I stated, we would look to attempt to get a brand new one for the administrative side of the building. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the police expenditures. I want to remind you, as we're talking about this, this is police under general fund only. Under personal services, you see about a $230,000 increase. That's primarily due to the 2% merit that we're going to talk about in a little while, the 1.5% cost of living that we will talk about in a little while, and the 7% retirement that'll come up later on in the slides. Under supplies, just because of trending, you see a reduction of about $12,000 in there. You see an increase in contractual services. One of those larger increases is that Paws Ranch for animal control moved over to the police department. And then you see a really large request under capital, a $50,000 request for the police department. And this would not come out of the general fund. It would actually come out of the impound lot. But it's a $20,000 increase over what they asked for last year. It's just that it'll be funded differently. So I'll show you that a little bit further down. The police contractual categories, these are the projected expenditures, and they do not include red light cameras. So this is general fund only. The forensic testing, as you can see in the second line, is going up, and the police chief feels like the only answer for that is that we're processing more cases from our detectives. New hire expenses, we've got some new positions. There's really not huge increases. I already talked to you about the Paws Ranch one and the second one. The Coban licensing, we had discussed it another time. Everything else stayed pretty flat, except he does have $1,000 in there to Culligan and $1,000 in there for computer maintenance. If you look down at the bottom, under both utilities, they actually were reduced by $1,000, and that's because we're able to call some of the utilities administrative under the red light cameras. So we've moved some of those over. Printing, just trending, about a $1,500 increase. Advertising is $3,000. We just eliminated that, and because now we take the advertising out of the impound lot. Impound lot advertising is $1,000. The external repairs and maintenance, that is simply a trend. They did not have enough in there this year. Travel and training increased by $1,000. Memberships, dues, and licenses increased by $1,400. And at the bottom, you will see a decrease of about $5,600. And there's a little asterisk there after impound lot professional fees. And if you see below, that's because your CFO, our CFO, is not including BANUS as a pass-through fee. She's actually booking them as a liability. So that's why you see that big deduction down there at the very bottom. Under police, your capital items, none of this comes out of the general fund. They're looking at $50,000 for a forklift. That forklift actually will serve a dual purpose. It will be used first and foremost to move the vehicles in the impound lot. But also the nice thing about it is that when we're not using it for the impound lot, because it is paid for out of impound lot monies, Public Works can use that as well because they're right across the street. Out of police forfeiture funds, $68,800 for in-car camera systems, $22,000 for a video server, $72,000 for 2 undercover vehicles. And last time we told one of the 3 groups, I don't remember which one, but that we try to rotate these out every 2 years. $80,000 for 2 patrol vehicles, so that's fully equipped with your lights and sirens and cages and everything else on them. And $50,000 for 2 all-terrain vehicles. And your all-terrain vehicles, if you remember for the 4th of July parade, your honor guard and right behind him was that red all-terrain vehicle from the fire department, would be similar to those.
Okay.
And all that would be from forfeiture funds.
Okay, are we going to get a summary of the forfeiture fund, like how much we have from, I mean, does everybody know what the forfeiture is, right? I mean, and how we got that money, and what's the balance?
Sure.
Are we going to show that?
So we do not show a balance in our thing of the forfeiture funds. We've given you a balance as of our last report. And at the end of the day, if the money is not there in the forfeiture funds, as you know, there's a lot in the tunnel right now that is supposed to be coming in, but we don't know if we'll have it in a
So
month
this
or
money we
3
don't
months.
have in the forfeiture fund right now. This is just anticipated expenditures for FY19?
That is anticipated expenditures.
Okay, if we get
Right.
forfeiture money to
Yeah.
cover all this, because that's quite a bit of money.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's,
Exactly.
I just, again, like to see where we get the money, how we expend it, and what's our balance in that
Yeah,
forfeiture fund.
you absolutely can't spend it, if it's not
Right,
in
and
there.
again, it's separate from the general fund. It's a totally separate fund, only that the police can use.
They can only use
Okay.
it for police-related expenses,
Okay, very good.
absolutely. Thank you. Major items, the only major item for the impound lot, other than the $50,000 that we were just talked about for the piece of equipment, but is for a full-time position. We have 1 full-time position right now. We're definitely at the point that we need to, and we told you last year that we would probably end up needing 2, but we were going to operate as long as we could with the 1. Now we get into the red light cameras and the Tier 1 expenditures. So Tier 1 expenditures all go to administration. So you want to make certain that everything that is administratively related to red light cameras, we're putting in here, because then after that, it's your 50-50 split. You see an increase in personnel services in Tier 1 expenditures of about $324,000. And I talked to you about that a little bit earlier when you saw the decrease on the other side. And that's because we moved a portion of many administrative positions that work some on red light cameras into the red light camera fund. That's why you see that increase there. Supplies, you needed your startup supplies, but I think next year we definitely will see a reduction in those. Contractual services, that $654,000, you see a $111,000 increase. All that is right there is your ATS contract. And don't forget, last year you didn't have your ATS contract for the full fiscal year. This year you have it for the fiscal year at $4,500 until February, and then it jumps to $4,750, and then it stays flat after that.
Okay, could you repeat that?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
So-
we have 4,500 from when we turned on the cameras in February
So you,
to the end of this
yeah,
fiscal year.
February 21st
Okay,
up until February of this
Oh, it's a
next
year.
Mhm.
Okay.
A year, you're
Okay.
at $4,500. And then after that, your lease agreement jumps to $4,750, and then it
47.50.
remains at $4,750 after that. It stays flat.
okay.
That's per camera.
Yes, Mayor, Dr. Edwards, that is per camera. Mhm.
And as 10 cameras, is that what we're paying on right now?
This is for 11 cameras,
11
and
cameras.
that's a really good question because I want to point out that this amount right here, you know how we're looking at putting in those last 2 cameras? That $654,000 does not include those last 2 cameras. They haven't been traffic engineered. They haven't been run by the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. They haven't been run by this council. And so those are not in here.
So it's just the 11 existing cameras?
That's exactly right.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was 4 cameras, 2 locations.
I have 2 cameras that are left. You may be right. It may be 2 locations and 4 cameras. I thought it was 2 cameras. Was that your understanding? Okay. The additional cameras that aren't up yet. How's that? We'll agree. Can we agree on that verbiage?
Sure.
Okay. And then I'll have that answer for you next time. Okay. So the red light camera, Tier 1, contractual category expenditures. If you look, you see the increase in ATS. You see the audit fees, because I told you we were going to take them out of the general fund and put them over to the red light camera side. Legal fees of about $2,000. The RLC scofflaw, and this is really important for me to make sure I have this straight with Dr. Edwards because I misled him one day. So this is where we can actually attach onto your vehicle registration if you don't pay your red light camera fees, but we cannot do anything to your credit report. And I gave you the answer in the reverse. Remember that? So now it's just really important that you know what scofflaw is.
Okay, so it can attach to your vehicle registration.
Mhm.
It does attach, but not to your
Not to your credit report.
credit report.
Mhm, that's
Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Get that straight.
So you go in and try to register your vehicle in the state of Texas.
You have to
and
pay it.
In a perfect scofflaw world, it should grab that registration and say, you still owe the city of Leon Valley the $75 plus now the late fee probably for your red light camera ticket, and then you can't get your vehicle registration until you've paid the city.
Okay.
And so for that program, it's $3,000. Computer maintenance for that program in the amount of $1,600. And this is really nice. We're able to pay, they need that high-speed internet. What we're finding now is we're finding traffic, the 2 red light camera officers that are actually reviewing every single ticket, they just take it and you do it at home because our internet is too slow here. And so we're getting high-speed internet so that they can review everything here, and that will actually benefit the entire building. And then on your expenditures in that bottom column, for the first 5 or 6 of them, that's always been paid by the general fund, but now we can pay a portion out of Tier 1. And then travel and training, ATS actually has trainings that they do for the hearing officers, for traffic officers, for administration. Not only do they tell you how to fully utilize your equipment and train you on your equipment, but they also let you know about other things that can be added onto your equipment, other features. Give you, people also, it's really nice. I've heard that there's some roundtables there that'll talk about, people can talk about what they've used in Tier 1 or for administrative expenditures, maybe something that we haven't thought of on this budget. So it'll be interesting to see, what we learn the first year or 2 as we navigate this program.
And
I did get
is that off campus or is that someplace? Do they come to you?
It is off campus.
It's off campus.
Mhm.
Okay.
Somewhere in, I thought it was, where is it? Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I just got a note from the police chief. It is 2 intersections, 4 cameras that are not included in the budget. And so that will be presented to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. And then, of course, the traffic engineering will be done, and then it'll be brought to you. Okay?
Excuse me, can I ask where they are? Is it Shadow Mist and the other one?
The brand new signal that we put up at Evers and Hebner will have one.
Oh, okay.
And then the other one is over here, right? Okay, Shadow Mist and Grissom. Tier 2 expenditures. Once we hit Tier 2, it's split 50-50. And there are certain expenditures that we're limited to paying under Tier 2. Traffic officers are a legitimate expense under Tier 2, and any type of traffic-related expenditures. So we can get really creative with that. We can do, the blinking signs for the stop signs. We can do speed humps that'll slow, traffic down. We can do lots of traffic-related things. We just, whatever we don't use, the other part goes to the state. So under personnel services, it has increased by $147,000. That's to add additional traffic officers. Supplies have decreased by about $5,000, and that did it under Tier 1 as well. Contractual services increase by $67.30. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then your capital remains flat.
Kelly, one
Yes.
thing. You, in a way, I just think you contradicted yourself with the expenditures for Tier 2. Let's say, just for round figures, we have $100,000. 50 of it goes to the state, and 50 is for us to spend, or
Right.
or can we spend 75,000 for us and send the state 25,000, or?
No, Mayor, Councilor Martinez, thank you for asking for the clarification. Once you're at Tier 2, it's automatically split. And then whatever is left, you can use on the things that I told you about. Okay.
And I'm just wondering, do we have to send the state an itemization of Tier 1 on how we got to that split number?
Mayor, that's a good question.
I mean,
I have not seen the report yet. I have
Okay.
talked to other cities, and they say that the state does send out a report to you where you report, and what they told me, you don't really itemize your expenditures. You just report your expenditures and you report your revenue.
oh, okay, so no
Remit to
itemization.
them after your administrative. You don't report anything for Tier 2. It's only Tier 1 that you're going to report to them.
Right, I figured that because that's the bottom line that we split with, but,
I've not seen
Oh.
one.
We've not seen a report, but the same thing that the chief financial officer just told you, the vendor told us as well.
okay.
Is that you tell them what you've spent on Tier 1,
Huh.
and they know what you have on Tier 2, and they take half of it.
I'll be, okay, all right, thank you.
But we've never actually done a report, so this is a brand new
Exactly. Well,
program.
I'm just wondering, how about with a regular ticket? I mean, not on red light, but say a regular ticket from municipal court, and we send half of it to the state, right, don't we?
Right, what happens with that is Encode actually generates a report for the clerks every quarter that tells them how much of it goes to state, and it breaks it down by whatever they've collected that goes to the state, and that's how they remit to the state. We don't have any program that does that.
Okay,
So it's
but
basically
Encode
we're
does
doing
it for us,
for all municipal court
for all
fines,
municipal,
but
but
not
it is
red light
itemized,
cameras.
it is itemized then?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, I was just trying to compare the two.
And the state, their report, it actually ask it separately, but for the type of fines for what, like if you're collecting for child safety or whatever,
Well,
you're
now,
remitting.
will this first report on red light cameras be due to the state on 9/30/18?
It'll be due by, yes, ma'am, it'll be for the quarter, for the fiscal year that ends
Fiscal year.
9/30, and it'll be due by the end of October.
The end of October,
Is
so you
my
have 30 days.
understanding, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And you'll show us that report when you get it, okay, or when you
When I get it,
generate
yeah.
When you generate it, so we can see it. Okay, great, thanks. Hello, darling. Welcome. That's our resident future mayor in the background.
That's right.
Okay,
Future Leon Valley leader.
yes, that's right.
So for your expenditures under Tier 2, really we just put the EAP and cafeteria plan under there, under contractual and new hire expenses. And then repairs and maintenance external, that is $6,000, and it's for vehicles that are driven by the traffic safety officer so that they can be maintained. So under police, if you go to the next slide, capital items, red light camera funds, we have $41,300 in there for the in-car camera systems, and that actually will outfit 8 patrol cars. $40,000 for 1 police traffic vehicle, and then $50,000 for a Jaws of Life. Now, I'm not a Jaws of Life expert, but I know that our Jaws of Life is old and outdated, and this is one of those that has the air with it. It's an air Jaws of Life, and it's supposed to be the newest and the best. And so anyway, red light camera funds are going to be able to pay for that because that definitely would be a traffic-related expense, and it will significantly help your fire department.
Are these one-time expense, or how long are these going to last?
I don't know what the lifetime of a Jaws of Life is. I'm assuming it's how
you have
often
it,
you
Chief?
use it and how hard you're on it. Does anybody know?
10 years. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Under red light camera funds, we have about $618,750 for that ATS contract. Don't forget, next year, that's going to be higher because everything's going to be at $4,750. Plus, if we add the 4 new cameras, you know, that'll increase it as well. And then $66,000 for 1 more traffic officer in Tier 2. Under your fire department, it looks like there's a substantial increase, and there is, in personnel services, but out of that $217,000, part of it is for the double holiday time that you all approved last fiscal year and the reduction in the Kelly days that was authorized by you. The other part of it is the 1.5% COLA, the 2% merit, the 7% retirement, and then the 17% in health insurance, which we still don't have, of course, the numbers back because you're barely looking at what the committee's recommendation is this evening, right?
It's a brokerage firm, and then the broker will come back with that.
That's this evening?
That's the thing.
Okay, yeah, so you're looking at the brokerage firm this evening, and so, of course, we don't have those numbers yet for
You said 1% in retirement from 6 to 7.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. There's not a lot to say under your contractual category for your fire. Look at that EMS billing services, though. Under your first cluster, it goes up about almost $8,600. And that's because they're anticipating a better collection rate with the new company that you all approved. And right now, it's looking pretty good. You have the $50,000 in there for a safety consultant for the fire department. Utilities, water, and electricity were reduced by $6,200. That's the way they're trending. And I find that interesting because you have the solar lights over there just like you do here, but you have an increase here and a decrease over there. So I'm not a solar expert. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe we ought to get CPS to come out and give us an just check
Do
it
an
out, make
analysis of it,
sure.
sure.
That, yeah,
Mhm.
wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. I just can't believe that they're getting that much more sun at the fire department than, and we're collecting here. Repairs and maintenance external, you see a $7,000 reduction. That's just the way that they were trending. The 3 bottom line items were left the same. Under capital items, I told you that our capital expenses this year were primarily for the fire department and public works, trying to get that equipment up to date and make sure they get everything that they needed for safety reasons. $40,500 for self-contained breathing apparatuses, $44,000 for the power stretcher system, which is the one that you can lift bigger, heavier people on for that other ambulance. $52,000 for a breathing air compressor, $25,000 for an emergency power generator, and $8,000 for a headset radio system, and that's just one. And the emergency power generator, I just think it's really important to let you know that they don't have a backup over there right now. They don't have a generator over there. He did apply for a grant for one, did not get it, and so we did go ahead and stick it in capital this year.
Yeah, the 52,000 for the breathing, is that to replace the unit that we presently have?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the 8,000 for the headset radio system, you said one? Where's that going to go?
If you want to explain the radio system,
I mean,
Chief
it's
Elder?
just, is that at the,
Headset system.
Oh, it's a remote.
It's a set for the engine company.
Oh,
So they
okay.
can step out and basically talk wireless on scene.
Oh, okay.
That's all that is.
Okay.
It just improves. Sometimes they're having a hard time hearing
Mm-hmm, sure.
with the engine noise.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then we
And
have,
with
oh, go ahead.
With all our ambulances out of commission, basically, are we making some provision for the future on those?
The capital plan.
Yes, yes.
Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, we have a capital plan. A 10-year capital plan.
But when we were in our budget session, I thought we had an ambulance power stretcher system, and I think you said that
With
we
that
have it on the
new
brand new
ambulance?
one.
Exactly.
So we're getting this one for the older, or
Correct.
the older.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
yeah. So with the
gotcha.
new ambulance, it came with that, but
Yes.
with the older ambulance, we would add this
Okay.
to it.
Yeah.
But if all the ambulances are a problem, do we need to move forward our capital plan?
You know, I don't think they all are a problem. I think it was a fluke, what happened to us. You know, a brand new ambulance got wrecked. And then we ended up with what was wrong with that second ambulance? Generator, yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
and
you
it's back
said
in
a third one.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I guess we could always call another ambulance company to come help us, right?
That's what we did.
I
When we
mean,
had 3
yeah,
ambulance services
exactly.
out, we had another ambulance company here on standby. And so, you know, if they made the calls, then they would be the ones that would bill for them and not us.
Yeah.
But by the next day, we had them out, I think, for one day night. Was it 24 hours? 24 hours, and we were back in service.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
Did you have any other questions about that?
No, that was just a new thing. So
Oh, it was, yeah. I think that happened the day that you were here, right?
Well, that just came in our emails.
Oh, okay. I emailed it to you.
Oh,
Okay.
didn't see it.
The final major item is $50,000 for a safety consultant to look at the policies and the procedures and the safety procedures and protocols that are being followed at the fire department. Under the public works expenditures, of note is certainly capital. You see that reduced by $2.75 million. That is because we anticipate that the Evers Road Bridge will be complete this year. If you look at top, you'll see a small increase actually in personnel services, and that's because we eliminated one of the supervisor positions and we replaced that supervisor position with a foreman. And then some of the positions were reallocated. One thing we did, for instance, was Public Works now work 7 days a week. So you don't have a 5-day-a-week public work and then overtime on the weekends. You have varying schedules. That saved money. The elimination of one of the supervisor position, making it a lower position, a foreman position, helped. Some of the new hires that have come in start, you know, at the starting range, and they've replaced some of the ones that have been there for a long time. A $16,000 decrease in supplies and about a $50,000 increase in contractual services, which we'll look at. They have $3,500 in there. You'll notice for a software consultant there at the top. And what we're doing is we're just trying to allocate the percentage of BARCOM to everybody. So everybody pays their share of BARCOM, and so they're paying $3,500 as their share. Debris haul-off doubled. That's trending. That's the fact that they had so many spoils to remove last year, trying to do neighborhood revitalization program twice a year. The streets, the concrete, and the asphalt removal from Silo Park have been a big project and continue to be. So she did not have enough money in that line item last year. Computer repairs went up by a couple of $1,000s. That was historical spending over there. Fitness for duty, you notice in the second cluster under contractual, the fitness for duty line item got eliminated altogether. That's because we require fitness for duty testing every other year at Public Works. So next year that'll hop back in the budget. $10,000 was put in there for tree fungicide, and then $10,000 for trenching for oak wilt. The trenching will be done on our property. It will be done in the Forest Grove and Forest Meadow area. We're going to try that. We're also going to try to do fungicide on a tree and see how that works. And see what's works better for us. As you know, it's now hopped over from Evers Road into the Forest Grove area, and so we need to do everything we can to stop it.
So we're going to do the trenching in-house and not do it contractually?
No, we will contract out for that.
We will contract
yes,
out.
absolutely, with
Okay.
somebody that knows what they're doing. Yeah,
Okay, and that's enough money?
that's
just,
what they got an estimate.
Oh, really?
For that.
Okay.
Was there any extra money, we talked about it, was there any extra money expended to pick up all the leaves that fell and were bagged up? There was kind of an issue about that
With the tiger?
Right.
few weeks ago, a few months ago.
Yeah, back at the beginning of kind of at the beginning of when Tiger started. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like
Or the
there were-
spring, right?
Yeah, all these leaves were bagged up, and people had a lot of them at their
Right.
houses. I don't
So that's a good question. So Mayor Dr. Edwards, what we found out in doing our research is that on one of the homes, the account which was never paid. On another home, I can't remember what the issue was, but there were legitimate issues as to why they were not being picked up, and Tiger finally just agreed to just go pick them all up so that it didn't continue to look the way that it looked. So no, we did not. We talked about, and I think it was Councilor Martinez
Yeah.
who had wanted to put like a big dumpster for the leaves, somewhere central in the city. Melinda thought that was not a good idea because as we talk about it, we can't even keep the recycling receptacles, neat and clean. And she said that will be a free-for-all and everybody will dump everything in there. So she didn't think that was a good idea. We had the idea also of Public Works taking the leaves and using that as compost. And a lot of people actually then started saying, well, we'll take some for compost, we'll take some for compost. So what we talked about was some type of program like that. But Public Works, we also talked about having a station at Public Works where they could dump their leaves there.
Yeah.
So that then we could use them for compost in the parks.
But it didn't result in any extra?
It didn't result in a financial transaction. No, it
Okay.
didn't.
Okay, thanks.
But we have had many discussions about it. And we finally did, from those couple of houses, got everything removed.
But will we have a program by next March when we've got the leaf issue again?
We're going to have a program, yeah. Absolutely.
We talked about the education program mainly and
Yeah.
letting people handle them themselves and not being catered to, because it's only a very few, and most people deal with it and can deal with it on their own. And I even offered to pick up things myself for people if they can't do it themselves.
Okay, so that's just a huge educational
job.
communication thing next year.
Right.
'Cause-
And it really sounded like from the addresses that I got from Tiger, it may have seemed, a voluminous amount of bags, but it wasn't as many addresses as what it sounded like. I think there was a few of them that were close together, especially in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they gave me the addresses and told me, what the update on each of the addresses was. So debris haul off, that's why that's doubled. But certainly, if that's something that you would like added to the budget, that's something that, the council could consider.
Well, I just think it'll come back next year, and I don't think it's just a couple houses. There probably were a couple that were tremendous problems, but a lot of people, like in Forest Oaks and other neighborhoods where there are a lot of oak trees, they do complain about it and,
Right.
Want some help with it.
Well, if you'd like to add something to the budget and you can get your council to agree, we can certainly do that. The plan was next year for, as I think Councilor Alcacer just said, education. We just started with Tiger, January and February-ish. And then composting with Public Works and having a dumpster at Public Works, so, people had too many, they could dump there.
That may work, yeah.
So, and it could be monitored better at Public Works versus putting it in the middle of the city somewhere.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
but that's your choice. That's a policy decision. Computer repairs went up, by a couple $1,000s, just historical spending. Printing, you saw a $2,000 reduction. They're just not using it. Advertising, you saw a $2,000 increase, and that is because of the new bids for the bioswales. Capital items for Public Works, I told you they would be significant this time. $60,000 for a marquee sign at the library. Again, that's a policy decision. We put a space holder in there because there had been talk about it at several council meetings, but that can be removed easily. We just wanted to remember that it was something we had talked about. $25,000 for sidewalks, which would be new sidewalks. $60,000 for a 1-ton truck, a flatbed for Public Works, and then 2 dump trucks totaling about $130,000.
I just want to make a comment about the marquee sign at the library. I mean, I just think that's an outrageous amount of money, and I just don't think we need it. And I think we could save that money and put it to other
For
good
more
use.
sidewalks and
For
things.
more
I
sidewalk
agree
or
with
whatever,
you.
because, I don't want this flashy sign in a neighborhood. And I know
If I
Counselor-
can get a consensus right now, that's just easier on us. We'll just
Well-
take it right on out of there.
Uh-oh, here she comes. She's going to say why she needs it. Okay, go ahead. See, I think that's a want, not a need.
It doesn't have to be a marquee sign, but I do need money in there to replace the sign that's there. The one
Okay,
that's there
stationary,
is
but-
broken and the rails come off. And what happens is the guys have to stand out there on top of their ATV with a very long stick that has a suction on it and actually move the letters in
Okay.
and out of there. They have to do that to both sides, and it takes about an hour sometimes for them to do that. And
Okay.
so we have to have something that
So
replaces that.
what does that cost?
It'd probably be about $30,000.
Okay.
And can we put the sign lower?
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, let's do it
It
lower.
doesn't need to be up that high. To
You-
me, it doesn't. Driving by, it's
Yeah.
way up high like this. And
You really don't want removable letters low, because kids will
not
come
that
by,
low.
Kids will
and
remove them.
remove them or create their own.
Melinda, I was thinking, could we give that job to a community service person through municipal court?
If you had one consistently. The problem is that once they work their hours, they're gone.
Oh, I
And
see.
then I won't get another one for a couple months or maybe 2 weeks.
Okay,
Or
I see.
It's not consistent enough.
I was just thinking,
Careful with them climbing on things.
And
Okay.
then there's the liability
oh,
factor.
gosh.
They get
Okay.
hurt.
All right. Okay, thank you. I just was trying to think of a,
Be an enclosed sign, like the glass covered or plastic covered? And then it's less likely to be tampered with?
you kind of open it and then put the
Not
letters and then you
sure
close
about
it.
the cost on something like that, and I don't know if they make them that
Well-
big. I mean, I have to go look.
Yeah,
We'll
okay.
research it.
But see, then you start getting to the point where electronic marquee makes more sense. So, we're right at which, do we spend a little more money and get an electronic one that we can change and have it turned off at 9 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night, and it comes back on at 8 o'clock in the morning, kind of like the church on Wurzbach.
Right.
They
Well,
turn
and
it off.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
they've been very, very good neighbors.
A conference that I just went to, some of the marquees, they were it was almost soothing. The light was so soft and so nice. It was like, wow, these have come a long way. So,
That's advertising.
yeah, absolutely. That's exactly, they were showing us the newest product. That's exactly right. Yeah.
But if we could get that cost difference, because we don't know what it is.
So we'll get that cost estimate and
Okay.
then we'll change
Does
it
everyone
around
else,
for the
do
next
y'all
presentation.
agree with that as well?
If I can
Yes,
get
I agree. Yeah.
consensus?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot
Yeah.
of
It's
money.
a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Another
The only thing
flatbed truck.
I have on this is the 130 for 2 dump trucks. What's the rationale between 2, or why not just get 1 this year and 1 next fiscal year?
Sure, let's, Melinda?
Their need.
We have 3. One of them we're trying to replace right now. The other one just rolled into the shop about a week ago. Lost compression. It is not able to be fixed. And so for sure I need at least 1 more dump truck. the problem that I'm having is when I put this amount in here, that was with the assumption I could get a really good used one. They brought me a 1991 used one the other day, and the handles are falling off. I mean, I need something that's at least from the 2000s. And what I'm finding is I'm going to spend $50,000 on one used dump truck that's going to die 3 years from now, and so I don't want to do that. But it's certainly up to you if you want to do one or two.
That VW settlement that we've talked about at ACOG, would we qualify for any dump trucks, commercial dump trucks for our city? No. This is, remember VW, finagled their emissions, and so anyway, they're having to pay a lot of money, and so now it's coming back to the states, and I can't remember how much Bear County's getting allocated, but they said to look at our fleet and see if we would qualify for any trucks, or there's a whole bunch of, okay, and I just didn't know if that was, okay.
How much is a new one?
You're probably looking at 70 to 80,000.
So wouldn't it be more advantageous to buy one this fiscal year for 80,000 and then get another one next fiscal year?
Could absolutely do that.
To me, that seems more cost advantage for us.
If the third one breaks during next year, I can certainly come back and ask for a budget adjustment.
Or take 30,000 out of that marquee sign and buy two $80,000 trucks.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with that.
That's true.
Yeah, I rather spend the money on a brand new one than.
Yeah, the three we have are so old, and we've taken very good care of them, but their life is coming to an end.
How old are they?
One of them's an 89, one of them's a 91, and I can't remember how old the third one is.
Sure, with that 30,000, you have enough for two of them. Go for it.
So buy two brand new ones and put the 30,000 down there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We still need a sign, though.
Well, they still got.
Well, I know there's still 30,000 over there, Melinda. Come on.
Trevor, I need a sign.
Okay.
The rails are broken off. Next stop is to put double stick tape on the letters every time we stick them on.
Okay.
Okay, so Mayor Council, we will attempt to find you a sign for Mas o menos about $30,000, and then we will add another 30 and make the dump truck 160 if we can make that work, and we'll let you know next time. Is that the consensus that I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Two dump trucks, both brand new.
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Other major items, Public Works, we've already talked about it, but it's $20,000 for the oak wilt fungicide and the trenching. That's the cutting in Forest Grove and Forest View that I told you about. And yes, it is a private company. That's an estimate that Melinda got. And then she is going to pick one tree that the contractor will apply the fungicide to and see how that works.
Is that a healthy tree or a oak wilt tree? A healthy tree. I have got 17 in my backyard, so come on over. Yeah. I'm telling you, I do. I've got a great backyard.
I think the point is
All
to
you
find
need,
one
Mayor,
in a
is having
location, a
city
healthy one, that,
true.
that if you actually put the fungicide in it, that then the trees behind it don't end up developing oak wilt, right? Yeah. So I don't know if you're in that spot or not, Mayor, but that's the spot we're looking for.
I'm not sure. I was being facetious, but, I wanted to know if it was healthy or unhealthy. But do we still have that program where you can check out the actual fungicide equipment, and then I go and I buy the fungicide myself and I apply it?
We do, but I want Melinda to tell you
Okay,
about
because,
That is antiquated equipment.
oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so then scratch
now they
that.
sell, it's called Alamo One. It's the fungicide itself, and it comes in a self-injection bottle.
Oh, really?
Basically, what you do is
Okay.
you dig out the dirt from around the root flares, and you dig it down as much as you can and as carefully as you can, because you don't want to hurt the tree. But then you inject that into the root flares of the tree as low as possible, because the fungicide goes up the tree. And so the lower the better. And then you carefully replace the dirt around the root flares, and it takes care of it. But you do have to do the entire circle of the tree, circumference of the tree. And then the stuff is good for 18 months.
18 months. And is that preventive?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the plan is, it jumped Evers Road. We
Mhm.
want to
I'm
trench
worried.
along Forest View and then part of Forest Grove. And then if there are any big oak trees, beautiful big oak trees right in that area, I'd like to do one as a demonstration
Sure.
tree and put a sign up there that says this tree has been treated and see what happens.
Oh, there's plenty on that street. So are you going to trench on the street then?
Yes, it'll be in the street.
Okay, and we're going to notify the homeowners along the way, so they'll know what we're doing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, community development. We have a new planning and zoning director. So the increase in personnel services doesn't come from him. It comes from the 2% and 1.5% and 7% retirement and everything that we're going to talk about a little bit later. But supplies went up a little bit, but contractual really went up. And the reason for that is because Brandon would like to get a program called My Permits Now, which Elizabeth Carroll actually asked for a few years ago, but we couldn't give it to her because it wasn't compatible with our encode system, and so it would have caused everybody else double the work. Now it's compatible, and so we're excited to be able to hopefully get this for them. I know he's really excited. And then the $12,000 at the bottom is for a plotter because he knows how to use one. For your community development expenditures, under professional services, the building inspections increased about $17,000. Engineering fees increased about $38,000. Health inspections increased a little bit. Technology, which is Barcom, that's their portion. Arborist for $500. The tree replacement fund was eliminated, and I think it was the mayor who was most concerned about this, and the answer is the reason we thought it had been put somewhere else in a budget. It has not, and that's because we get all the trees we want from CPS Energy, more than we can even use right now. And so we're just, when it comes to, Arbor Day and time for us to give away trees and Earthwise Living Day, that's where the trees are coming from. So we didn't spend that.
But I'm wondering, Melinda's not here. I mean, if we had a plan, I thought we had a plan. The tree advisory had a plan to plant more trees in the park area, and maybe this new park that we're going to talk about, along Huebner Creek. I mean, we took out 1,000 trees.
Right.
We need to replace those.
Absolutely.
So where would we get that money? Is CPS going to give us those trees?
She says that we can get however many trees we need from CPS, that we have been able to get unlimited.
Well,
access
I understand
to
we
their
can't
trees.
put anything on that Huebner Creek property until 2020. I understand that.
Right.
So,
Right.
But I'm wondering about the tree advisory, if they have any other plans to plant extra trees
Did
and
Melinda
where.
leave?
She's not here, but
Okay. Okay.
we can ask.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It just,
And then you see the $23,000 addition under contractual services for My Permit Now. That's the software program I just told you about. And that's a really cool program in that you can be out in the field looking at businesses, pulling up their permits, pulling up their applications, giving them statuses, so you don't have to say, well, what they're doing now, let me go back and check. And so they'll each have their iPads or whatever it is that comes with it, and they'll be able to do it all from the field. They'll even be able to issue certificates of occupancy from the field.
from the field. Okay.
Tyler went away, and tech lead annual email also went away. Of course, we're using Barcom for that stuff now. You see a reduction in spending in both your utilities. That's just historical. You see a huge reduction in printing, and that's, if you recall, we put that on the manager and council side. That's your lion's roar. Advertising went down by a couple $1,000s. Trending, they weren't using it. Travel and training went up significantly. If you notice up there in the middle, Brandon knows and understands GIS, and of course, Esri is the leaders in GIS technology, and so he has Esri mapping in there, and he would like for them to go to an Esri class, and he would also like to go ahead and take his test to become a certified floodplain manager.
Okay.
So under community development, the only capital item that you have is $12,000 for a plotter. And then the major items, you have the $23,000 that I talked about now for my permits now, which is permitting software.
That's a one-time fee, or are we going to have subscription fees every year after that on
I
this
don't know what your
permitting
annual fee is after that. Where's Brandon?
software?
He's in the break room.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, snow, just a little.
There is an annual fee after that. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. It won't be 23,000 though.
No,
Yeah.
it's not going to be 23,000.
Yeah, I understood that.
Under economic development expenditures, you see an increase there of about 27,000. Brandon, I have a question, so now that you're right here. Under my permit now, the permitting software, we're going to, if we expend $23,000, do you know what the annual fee would be after that?
That is that's the annual cost. They bill in monthly increments.
Okay.
But if you take the monthly cost
Uh-huh.
and you multiply that 23,000 divided by.
So in next
Oh.
fiscal year, it would be the same? Okay, I thought there would be a
Oh.
reduction once it was
Okay.
set up.
It's based on permits.
Okay.
It's based on permit volume. So as our permit volume increases.
Well,
Oh,
I'm glad I asked that.
so it might even
It is going to be
increase next year.
23. Okay, or it might be higher.
Or it might be less if we don't issue as many permits. We're just, this
Okay.
is a projection.
Yeah.
The initial costs are between $5,000 and $6,000 to get it set up, and then this is just our ongoing.
Brandon, I'm sorry, could you say that on the mic, please? Thank you.
Okay.
There's an initial cost that they estimate between about $5,000 and $6,000. You know, there's about 3 trips, and there's technical, things that we have to look at, getting the system up and going, training. So that's what their costs are, and then annually they have different thresholds depending on what our permit volume is. And so the permit volume threshold that we fit into would be estimated about $23,000 a year.
Okay, so we have those other costs covered? You were
Yes,
saying the training, and then what else did you say? You said
training.
the $5,000 or $6,000 to set it up. Where is that? Is that in there?
That's
in-
that's in a different category.
Oh, it's in a different category.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you put it all in there. Okay,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
thank you.
Is there any way to recover? Is there any way to recover the cost from fees?
Certainly, you could look at increasing your fees. Again, this is about customer service. This is about being customer friendly and getting out there and getting stuff done for them like that. And like I said, we wanted to do it a couple of years ago, but weren't able to because the two softwares wouldn't interface, and they will now.
No, I'm for anything to increase customer service. You know that.
Yeah,
One of
absolutely.
the things I've harped on.
Yeah. Under economic development expenditures, the $27,000 increase that you see there, you see a portion of the city attorney, Monty Bell's position and the city manager's position in there. You see a decrease of $4,000 in supplies, and you see a increase in $15,000 in contractual services. When you dissect that, outside attorney's fees were reduced by $20,000. The incentive rebate was reduced by $52,000, and that's because of the terminated 380. You'll see part of that benefit from this fiscal year, but then you'll see the full benefit for fiscal year 19.
Ms. Kinsler, what is y'all's percentages on the personnel services for city attorney, city manager, and Maribel?
I'm going to have to ask Vicki that one. She has it in the book. I don't have my book.
Can I ask a question about the
Sure,
three?
while Vicki's looking, absolutely.
The 380 was terminated. What was the basis?
I terminated the 380 agreement, the only 380 agreement that we had that was done by the prior LVEDC. And so the basis for that was they were not living up to their part of the 380 agreement.
Okay, so the city manager is at 25%. We have Mary Bell's position at 10%, and then we have 19% for the city attorney.
Thank you.
So $52,000 comes back to us. $1,000, we got rid of that. We'd like to develop our own brochure. Notary application, it's already been paid for. Software update stays flat, and the EAP and cafeteria plans stay flat. Utilities, we just removed them. They were so low and so insignificant from the economic development. Advertising was removed, but you will notice that we left in the $4,000 for classes for a certification for somebody and for the ICSC, just in case we choose to do that. You also have memberships, dues, and licenses increased by $100. And then your ad valorem tax rebate that you once gave as a result of your 380 is no longer valid. So that's why you see that reduction there. ED project funding went up substantially because you were able, because of what I did with the 380 agreement and because of not having to pay so much in attorney's fees.
Now, that incentive rebate, was that for 10 years that we were going to owe that?
It was for 10 years, or was it for 20?
I thought it was, or was it up to 500,000, whichever came first?
It was up to 500,000.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay.
500,000, and then the ad valorem went on for quite a long time.
The ad valorem went up quite a long time. Was like
I think it was like 20 years.
I think so too.
Oh, 20
I have
years.
the 380 right in my office, but yeah.
Okay, so 20 years for the ad valorem and
20
up
to 25, I can't remember.
okay, so that's a significant savings.
Yes,
Oh,
it
yes.
is.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
There's one thing on here that I would like to see is a full-time economic development director.
Right, I had mentioned that as well in the workshop that we had, but I thought we were going to talk about it at the board retreat, right? But I don't know, that's on our, so I guess we need a cost analysis. That's what I would say.
So that's really an easy one.
Okay.
Actually, all you have to do is move the ED project funding, the $196,000, just move it up to personnel services, if that's what you want to do. If you want to use it on that instead. That's just, I mean, it's up to the consensus of the council.
I
Whatever
don't
y'all
like
want to do.
making things easy when technically it's not really easy, manager, because it takes away from anything that EDC, CD funds are supposed to do. So I think it's best if we leave it for Saturday's
Yeah,
meeting.
that's what I would prefer as well. Let's hash it out there and see what we can come to a consensus on.
Yeah.
So right now, we're going to leave that one the same,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think we could look at some other options, but we'll look at that on Saturday.
Special events and expenditures, personnel increased by $500 and supplies decreased by about $36,700. The major items in special events, about $65,700 to support your July 4th celebration. And then she's got it itemized there for the event itself and the overtime. $2,000 for the beautification committee, $1,200 for Arbor Day, $2,850 for the Christmas tree lighting, which also includes the concert and Grandparents' Day, $2,700 for the Earthwise Living event, $3,500 for the Soapbox Derby, $3,000 for a wedding expo. What she's proposing this year is that we get rid of the yellow page advertisement, which is very costly and we're not seeing any benefit from it. And once we have the kitchen remodeled, that she does an expo there with vendors for weddings and quinceañeras and other types of parties. And then $2,000 for movies in the park if you choose to continue that program, which we've got the screen now.
Yeah, I was thinking that I think we really ought to partner with either Senator Menendez or State Representative Rodriguez, because they've partnered with us in the past, and they would maybe share this cost with us.
Okay.
And I think it's worth just asking.
Well, we're going to be
Because-
with them on in a
Monday.
week and a half,
Mhm,
on Monday, so
right,
we can
mhm,
ask.
okay.
Sure. I'll make a note of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, under our parks, what you see here in personnel is about a $9,500 reduction. What happened here is we took out the overtime or the special pay to clean the parks on the weekends, because now they're staffed on the weekends, so we don't have to do that anymore. But that budget right there includes 2 positions that are funded at 75%. You see a reduction in supplies by about $34,000. Contractual services, you see a reduction of about $92,600, and that one's pretty easy to explain. One of them is the reduction that you all voted for in the pool contract for SELA, which saved you $48,000, I think it was. $29,600 was used for the engineering for the hike and bike trail, which is complete. And the rain garden engineering is expected to be completed this fiscal year, so that will be eliminated as well. So that's why you see that significant reduction there.
And where is that rain garden going to be? I thought it had to be over the aquifer. No? Did I dream that?
Where's the rain garden?
It's a different. Oh, it's the bioswell.
Yes, it's at the
Okay,
end of
it's a
Forest
different.
Meadow. We didn't qualify for the grant because
Right.
we're not in the recharge, we're in the artesian.
Okay, but the bioswell, are we going to get a grant for that?
It doesn't qualify
It doesn't
because of that.
qualify. Okay, thank you. And capital.
So as you can see, we eliminated the $29,600 under professional services for the engineer. Pool contract was reduced by $44,000, not $48,000. It is $48,000. And the rain garden engineering, we went ahead and reduced the entire $20,000. We're in the process of doing it, and Melinda believes that that will be finished in this fiscal year. Utilities, water, and electric were reduced by $3,000 in the park. Printing by $400, and we did add $2,400 in there for park brochure revisions because of the additions, the pocket parks and the other parks that you're adding. Should like to go ahead and redo those brochures.
Is these 2 pools on Strawberry Park and Forest Grove included in the water here? The expense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just surprised that it was reduced by $3,000.
Yeah, and we were told that they were using excess electricity and
Exactly.
excess water, but your bills are not indicative
Right.
of that at all, even with the price increase.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
No, that's exactly what I understood.
The
Yeah.
pool had a leak.
It had a leak.
Forest Oaks pool had a leak. And we had
Okay.
a leak.
And then while we're on the pool, what about that retaining wall? Is that
It's in the process of being repaired right now.
right? And that's in this year's budget?
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Under parks, we have $60,000 for the Shadow Mist Park. As you can, I did a contract with Oscar Rinda
Oh, yeah.
contractors to build the parking lot if they could store their dirt there. So they will build the parking lot, but we will have to supply, if otherwise they would just build a normal parking lot. We would have to supply the LID, I don't know what they're called, the bricks or
The pavers.
pavers. There you go, the pavers.
So that's $60,000 is how much the pavers cost?
That's about how much they would cost, but what I'd like to do is apply for a grant like we did for over here from SARA, but I want to go ahead and have a placeholder in there just in case, because I don't want to have a reason not to be able to build that parking lot.
Okay.
But hopefully, we won't even have to use it, and we can get the money from the San Antonio River Authority through a grant. That would be great. $150,000 for shade structures for Raymond Rimkus Park to go over the children's equipment, and $45,000 for the ridge for a park playscape.
And is that one shade structure per
Piece of
piece
equipment?
of equipment? Because
I don't
one
know.
is huge and the other one's smaller. The one by the garden is much smaller. So,
This is for the huge one, and it'll actually have several shelters in there because it's not just going to
okay.
open over the whole thing. So you'll have
Yeah.
different structures.
Remind me to show you the structure they have downtown for the city of San Antonio. It's one huge shade structure over. It's blue. Yeah. So I'll have to show it to you. But I was always wondering how much that cost. So it's a lot. Okay. But I think, it's so hot. And these
Right.
kids need to be outdoors. And so if this is a little bit cooler. Oh, well. Thank you.
$45,000 was added for the Ridge Park Playscape. Next page, under parks, the major item, although reduced, it's still there, $48,000 for the pool management contract, which would go to SELA. Under library expenditures, you have 32.4 as an increase in personnel services. We did increase our personnel. We got rid of the summer help, but increased it by 2 part-time people so that we could keep the library open 7 days a week. With that comes the market salary increases, the 1.5%, the 2%, the 7%, and the 17%.
And just, I know Sandy's here. What kind of response are we getting on Sunday and Mondays now?
Very good. Our Mondays are just as busy as Tuesday ever was,
Hmm.
and our Sundays are trending up. They started out slow, but we're at least at our Saturday, if not higher. So it's, even with the road closure,
Huh, I'll be
we're really pleased.
very good.
For the event on Friday that we missed because of the CPS
Mhm,
thing, they had
mhm.
200 and,
No, Friday we had 740
Oh, 700.
people.
Really?
What? Where did you put them?
Yeah. And what was the event? Again?
The
big
petting
rig.
zoo.
That's
Uh-huh.
right, the petting zoo, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
Machinery and big construction vehicles, so
And, gosh.
It's wonderful, and it's wonderful that the library still continues to get all the business as it does, in spite of the bridge being closed. They've not felt the effect.
Huh.
Um,
And was that a grant, Sandy, for that petting zoo?
no, what it was is it didn't cost us a penny.
I didn't think it did.
Melinda brought over like 4 vehicles,
Backhoe, maintainer, dump truck.
Oh, okay.
fire
Okay.
department there, and the kids were able to actually touch the construction equipment and get in like the
Okay.
scoops and the buckets.
Okay.
So it cost us nothing.
Okay. Excellent. Hey, that's
So they did,
that's ingenious.
where did we put them? They were parked
Uh-huh.
in the neighborhoods, they were everywhere, walking.
And how did you advertise it?
Facebook.
Just Facebook. Isn't that something? In our calendar. Very good. Well, excellent.
We did hear it was on KPMG that morning as well.
Uh-huh. Good. All right.
So the library's programs continue to grow, continue to flourish. Very proud of them. She's got $500 in there for a movie license for this year. She has computer backup service monitoring for almost $1,700. She saw a reduction in telephone. She's got a small increase in membership dues and licenses, but then she's got a $2,000 decrease in subscriptions to publications. And so what they've done for the last year, they've just been auditing and watching the subscriptions that are not being used, and they're eliminating them.
Okay.
So capital items, I have to do this for the class, sorry. I had to do this last time. Books are not a capital item. But this year, in order to slowly get ourselves back on track and actually have capital all come out of the reserves, we said that we would wean the library off the books 5,000 by 5,000 by 5,000. So next year, you will see nothing in library for books. It'll all be in your operating budget. But that's not really a capital expense, but it's the only capital item in there we have.
So we're going to put it under supplies?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It'll go in the correct place next year.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, so we just went through the general fund, so now we're going to talk about the enterprise fund, okay, which is your utility funds. And the enterprise fund is our water and sewer funds in Leon Valley. The overview there is that the budget is balanced. The revenues are about almost $4.4 million. The projected operating expenses are at about $4.150 million, and capital of about $950,000 if you round it up. Mayor, I think it was you last year that asked for, well, if we're an enterprise fund and we have something to sell, tell us what we're selling and tell us how much we've sold. And that's what this slide right here tells you. It tells you how much water you sold, at least how much water you sold from 2018 to 2019. And of course, that's a projected number. And your water usage did decrease with the new rates. Not as significantly, I don't think, as any of us thought they might, but they did decrease. Just like in residential and commercial both, you saw a decrease. Not a significant decrease, but you did see one. And so that's what you've been selling in your enterprise fund.
And does the going on the water restrictions also contribute to this reduction, right? And we've been under water restrictions for
Absolutely.
months,
I would
so-
absolutely think so. But don't forget, this is projected, and it's, we'll
Right.
see what happens. Water and sewer fund, budget summary. Total revenues of $4.389 million. Total resources available about $4.5 million. And we'll talk about that 140, our water rights reserve, and why we have to have that in there. Total expenses are $5.2 million. See a decrease in working capital of $673,000, leaving you an ending fund balance of $1.6 million. Under your operating revenue, water sales decreased by about $14,500. Sewer sales increased by $69,000, and most of that is just passed through to SAWS. Stormwater, $500 increase. And then you saw a $5,160 increase in other. The other includes any interest that might be charged on these accounts, miscellaneous income, sewer tapping fees, late fees, disconnects, reconnects. What else? That's about all I can think of. Under water and sewer general admin expenses, they increased by almost $29,500. A percentage of your director and your deputy director come out of this fund, and then a percentage of everyone else over there also comes, of everyone, a lot of people over here, I'm sorry, come out of the administrative fund. So you have some of the city manager, you have some of the city attorney, some of your finance officer, the court clerks, because they're the ones taking the payments, Rhonda, Angela, because she's doing their payroll, there's probably somebody or some Renee, because she answers some of the phone calls. So a percentage of them will come out of the administrative expenses on the revenue side. Contractual services increased by $34,000, and that's their portion of BARCOM. Under water and sewer general admin expenses, you see an increase in your external audit fees of $507. That's their portion of the audit. That's their portion of BARCOM, $34,124. Printing decreased by $1,500, and that was just historical usage. You had an increase in water and electric of $1,500 under your water and sewer. Water expenditures, that fund is Yvonne and 4 of the guys. It's a percentage of Candy, the mechanic, because he works on their equipment, and a few more of the maintenance people. It would be a percentage of them as well. The biggest thing that stands out to me on that chart is the decrease of $300,000 under contractual services. That's your Cades Cove water line replacement. It was almost $300,000, and it was done. It will be completed this fiscal year. Breaking it down under professional services and engineering services, you see an increase on the community development side in engineering services, and then you see a decrease on all of your enterprise funds in engineering services. You see an increase in about a decrease in about $15,000 there. Under your EAA program, that's your Edwards Aquifer Authority. That is required by law. It's a fee that goes to save habitat. Under the SAWS interconnect fee, it increased almost $3,000. That is because we now have that new connection that if both of your water wells went down, we could immediately tap into SAWS and your community would not be without water. But what happened with that is I think we woke SAWS up because our rate, our interconnect fee, had been the same for 20 years, and they noticed it. We did that. So I would not be surprised if that doesn't continue to increase a little bit. But the big increase is because we do have the new connection.
That's worth it.
You see the Cades right there at the next to last under contractual services. You can see how Cades Cove water line came out. That was $300,000. The Encode payment system, we paid for that system for over there in fiscal year 18, so we're done now, and that's why that piece was eliminated. Telephones decreased by about $800. Under utilities, we saw a $37,000 increase, but that is because of our new wells. It's costing us a lot more to operate these new wells. They have bigger motors and they use more power and more energy. And that's Melinda's explanation
Who would ever know?
of why we see that big increase.
You would think it would be more efficient, though,
You
because
would.
it's newer.
It's technology would have
Yeah,
improved and it would be more
exactly.
efficient. Just wait till I show you what the generator's going to cost. So anyway, then travel and training, she increased by $1,000.
Okay.
Underwater, capital items, the budget that you have before you actually proposes a new street sweeper. $50,000 would come out of water, and then stormwater would pay the other $150,000, which we'll dissect here in a little bit. $150,000 for the replacement of water mains, $140,000 to purchase water rights. Water rights actually comes from impact fees that are charged to users. This was legislation that was passed in the mid-90s, 96 or 97, and so it's regulated. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to charge the impact fees, and we have to purchase the water rights. And then, did you notice how cheap the fire station's generator was? Look at the generator underwater.
Right.
So I was calling Melinda thinking, who did you get this price from? So I'm just going to give you Melinda's explanation. But she says we now have a variable frequency drive panels, and that they ramp up the motors for the water wells. And so the way here she is. The way she explained it is it's more than just powering up the lights. You're powering up these big motors on these wells. Did I do that right?
You said it beautifully, but that's the wrong amount. It should be 60,000 per well. So we need one at each well site.
So you need 120 there.
There you go.
Okay.
120 instead of 175? Oh, thanks for catching
So
that.
it's for 2 generators.
So 120,000
That's a nice
for,
difference.
2 permanent generators, and they're going to be housed at each well, Right.
They'll be permanently mounted.
permanently mounted.
In case we get a lightning strike.
Sure,
and electric goes
yeah.
out.
Do you have a generator at Public Works?
Yes, we do.
You do, okay, all right. Very good, thank you. Well, we saved some money there.
And now Melinda gets to redo her budget.
$55,000 savings. Did y'all make that note? All right.
$55,000.
$55,000 savings.
Another double.
Well, we already found the money for the dump truck, but she might want a little bit more for her sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh. We'll let you go a little bit higher, Melinda. No, since you found the money. Oh. Okay, sewer. Oh,
Okay, sewer.
yeah.
Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Vicky's already having her redo her budget.
Yeah.
Okay, sewer expenditures. You see about $11,500 increase in personnel services. That's Yvonne, about 12%. And then there's about 8 staff in there that about 20% of their position is paid for. But that's primarily passed through. Supplies decreased by $1,100. Contractual services decreased by $169,000. So you see a total decrease in there of about $158,500. If you break that down, one of your big decreases was $20,000 in engineering fees. And we anticipated this was coming, that when we did those RFQs, we had a lower rate in engineering fees, and we thought that this might be coming. So that seems to have panned out. But now Brandon wants to use engineers in a different way. So there was a method to our madness until Brandon got here.
Okay. But now, why did the sewer service, that's a pass-through, right?
Right. And so
why did that decrease?
There's
I
a
thought it was
couple of
always
things.
Increasing.
Number one, the FY18 amount of $1.8 million was historical payments we were looking at, and we budgeted too much last year.
I see.
The second thing is there was a rate increase, but people are using less water.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we believe that it's those 3 factors that reduced that amount or reduced our projected amount.
Okay.
Under sewer, your capital items, you do this every year. You try to replace about $150,000 of the sewer mains. Under stormwater, increase of $10,000 in personal services. a $15,000 decrease in supplies. And that's because last year, the Wurzbach culvert improvement that you all did was about $15,000. And so we took that project out and then just looked at historical usage. Contractual services reduced about $2,500 and capital increased about to $18,700. So if you break that up on the next page, you see printing decreased by $4,000, travel and training decreased by $2,000, and then a decrease in membership dues and subscriptions by about $100. But the big item in stormwater is the street sweeper. So it's $150,000 for a street sweeper. The total cost is $200,000. The other $50,000, as I described earlier, would be allocated from the water fund, and then stormwater would take up the big piece of it.
What is the life of that street sweeper?
Oh, I don't know. That's a Melinda
Because it's 24,000 you had in the budget that you just took out for our annual street sweeping cost,
question.
and that's
Which
how
they're
many?
swept quarterly.
They're swept
They're not
quarterly.
contract.
Now, if we get our own street sweeper, excuse me, will it be like monthly? I mean, will we be able to increase it? Will we be able to increase it, or is it still
Oh,
going to
yes,
be quarterly?
Absolutely, we can do it monthly.
Really? And we would be able to do that? We have personnel and?
We will train a person to do that monthly, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the street sweeper, I mean, look how long we kept our tractors. I mean, our dump trucks, 20 years, 30
Okay.
years. I mean, we take care of our equipment, so it should last a very long time.
Okay, so you think you've analyzed it, you think owning is better than this contractual for,
The street sweeper that we have doing it now is Alamo Lot Maintenance, and they've got the little ones. This is a big one, and it vacuums better, and it gets closer to the curb. We've had a lot of comments about we don't get close enough to the curb to pick up the leaves and the shreddings from that, and so this machine will do it.
and will we notify our residents when we're going to be in their area so they can move their cars?
Yes.
Because that's an issue I've seen, not here, but downtown.
And it won't be as big of an issue anymore because we'll be doing it monthly, and so the
Okay.
cars won't be in the same spot all the time.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you for answering those questions. Yes, Councilor
The
Martinez.
other thing I've got, I question the spending $200,000 for a street sweeper. You know, that's an 8-year amortization. But then you add, are we going to have to, if we're going to do this monthly, we're probably going to have to hire another person just to drive that, or we're going to need another, you're going to take a body, however many days, a week, or a month it's going to take to do the whole city. So that person's pulled off. So now you're going to be short a person for some other duty. So you add the cost of labor, then you add the cost of maintenance of that. I'm sure after even a couple of years, it is going to be maintenance on that. So that $200,000 expenditure could really end up costing us $300,000 or $400,000 a year.
So the one thing that should come with is a maintenance agreement. The other thing is we do the maintenance, most of it in-house. But according to the director, she has the staff that can learn how to use that street sweeper, and without adding additional staff, because she was asked that question, and that's her assessment.
What would you say?
It's only going to take about 3 days to sweep the entire city.
3 days. Okay.
Per
All
month.
right. Per month, right. And that's the entire city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that including Evers Road
The
and
entire city.
the entire city?
Now,
So Wurzbach and Hebner?
Bandera, we
Won't
won't
do
do
Band-
Grissom.
won't do
and
Grissom.
We won't do Wurzbach, but the rest of the residential,
Okay.
we don't do them now.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So, well, those are the state-supported, right?
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. 3 days.
Okay, and then you have $130,000 for a bioswell at Raymond Rimkus Park. I think by now we all know what a bioswell is, right? Because a couple of you had questions on that. Okay. Under your community center fund, the budget is balanced there. Operating revenues of 145, operating expenditures of 144, capital of 13.2, and that's for that kitchen remodel. And remember, you budgeted for the kitchen remodel last year, then we had to come back this fiscal year and ask you to use that money towards the purchase of those air conditioners. So that's why we're sticking it back in there again. And besides, it needs it. So if you look at that summary, hot taxes are trending upwards of about 10%. We just got another report today that was very good, so we may even be better than that. But for right now, we'll leave it at 10% because we only got it from one of the hotels, but it was great. And then rental fees, they're definitely increased this summer, but they definitely trended downward last year.
Can I ask you about the hotel? I know we have the two long extended stays, which we don't get tax from. So is it still the Super 8 on Wurzbach?
So you do get
And then-
taxes from the long-term hotels.
But
It's
less than
only
30
if they
days?
Yes,
Yeah.
if they stay 30 days
Gotcha.
or longer, you don't.
Then
get
we
it.
don't. Okay,
That's
so I
correct.
guess we must
Those
have
are
some
trending
people.
up very well.
They're
The
trending
two-
up,
the two-
really?
Yeah.
Two right
No
here.
way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
so-
haven't got the other one yet, so I don't know what it's going to look like.
Okay.
But the, not the Super 8, but the in-town suites is
In-town
trending
suites?
very well.
Okay, so they're not using them to live in forever.
I guess not, because
I
it's,
mean, you know.
that's the one that's
That's
trending
what the
up.
trends are showing.
Yeah, but Super 8 on Wurzbach, is that still one, or is that?
That's still there.
That's
one of
still
ours.
there. Is there any other? Just those three? Okay, just wanted to know where they were coming from.
Where are we?
Expenditures.
Okay, so we already talked about the kitchen remodel. So we're on the budget summary now. If I can have you go to the next slide. Your beginning fund balance was $31,400. Your expected revenues are about $145. So with total resources, because you had a fund balance, we're looking at $176.8. Expenditures operating $144. The capital outlay, which is for your kitchen, is $13.2, leaving your total expenditures at $157,531 for an ending fund balance of $19,200. If you break that down under professional services, we took away the audit fees, the tech lead fees, reduced the security system, and advertising was significantly reduced because we removed the two facilities from the yellow pages. And what she does is a survey after use, and we find out where they're getting the information from for the use of those two centers, and nobody's getting them from the yellow pages. And that's what's costing us everything in advertising. So we just went ahead and removed that, and she wants to try to do the wedding and quinceañera expo that I explained to you earlier. Repairs and maintenance external reduced significantly because we had to throw money in there last year for the air conditioning units. Okay, so now under crime control and prevention district, which is its own separate fund, that budget is also balanced. You have operating revenues of $292,000, and you have operating expenditures of $347,800. That doesn't look like a balanced budget, does it? I'm going to show you why it is in a little bit, and I'm going to show you how we're going to fix a problem that has been created by funding 3 officers in there. So right now, the crime control and prevention funds a police captain, a patrol officer, and an investigation sergeant. When you look at the spreadsheet here, though, look at your fund balance and the way it's deteriorating, or depleting, maybe not deteriorating, but depleting, right? And we told you that if we had 3 people assigned to there that this was going to happen, and eventually we'd have to figure out something to do with it, but we have for the last 3 years, for 2 years, we have actually really significantly dug into that fund balance. So total revenues are anticipated in the 19 fiscal year budget of $292,000, plus $10,000 in there for literature, and so that's going to be a total of $502,602. That's not on your slide, is it?
No, the 10,000 isn't there.
Oh,
Didn't you say 10,000?
because it's included in operations.
Okay.
Okay. And what was the 10,000 for? I'm sorry.
It's for if they, the police department itself has been paying for if they have any ticket writers or anything else, so they're going to now start paying for it.
Oh, I
because
see.
theirs broke. They should be.
Okay, so you took that out. Okay.
So you have total resources available in crime control of about $500,000, and you have expenditures this year of $347,000. So what we're going to do to fix your fund balance problem down there, because eventually you're going to deplete your fund balance, and we're not going to be able to sustain the 3 officers. So what we'll do is in FY19, this upcoming year, we'll remove one of the officers, and we'll put them into Tier 2 traffic under red light camera. And that should help substantially. And then next year, we will move, if I can have you go to the previous slide, we'll move the more expensive position, the captain position, and switch that out for a less expensive position. And then we ought to be able to have a budget. We have a budget balance, a balanced budget, because you have a fund balance. Otherwise,
yeah,
we
we had
would
the
not.
reserves.
And we, exactly.
Right.
Go to the next slide. Street maintenance, budget summary there. If you notice at the very bottom under your ending fund balance, we zero out the fund balance in street maintenance every year. But as you can see, if you look the 3 years back under the fund balance, we don't actually historically spend it. But we do go ahead and budget it so that the Public Works Department has it available in case there are road repairs that are needed, or if something comes up, then the money's budgeted and they can use it. Special revenue funds. We have the LEOSE funds that can only be used for law enforcement training. We have the building security funds that are used for the court bailiff. The child safety fund, which is used for the school guard crossing program. One thing that I would like to look at under Tier 2 in the future that I think we should consider is the big, and I always think of Chief Wallace when I think of this, because he wanted those big gates at the school crossings that went down so that as the children were making their way through the crosswalk, they didn't have a human being helping them. The human being was closing that gate, and they were guarded on both sides from the cars. And that would be a great traffic expense under Tier 2 if and when we have extra money in there. But right now we pay the child safety fund, and we still would. We would still have the crossing guards because they would still need to put the gates down. Municipal court technology, this is the ticket writers and updates, $17,283 expected in those revenue funds. And debt service right now, we're looking at just under $750,000.
Ms. Kinsler, I'm sorry. I had a question under the street maintenance money. And can we build new sidewalks out of street maintenance money, or is it just repairing?
You're supposed to repair sidewalks out of street
Repair.
maintenance. I don't
I
think
just
it's
want to
new.
clarify that.
Am I correct? It's just repair.
Just repairs.
Mm-hmm.
But do we have another allocation for new sidewalks, right?
Yes, there was an
That was the
allocation
other one.
earlier on
Okay,
for new
so I just
sidewalks
wanted
of
to be sure that
25,000, I believe.
This was only repairs.
Yes, this is only repairs.
So if citizens have a sidewalk that they need repair, should they turn that in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right, thank you.
Okay, we've gone through those. Special revenue funds, police forfeiture funds.
seen
Right
that
now,
one.
you were asking about that. That's what's in there right now. $580,296. Major items, they're looking at $68,800 for the 8 in-car camera systems, $22,000 for a video server, $70,000 for 2 undercover vehicles. And I explained to you earlier, we try to replace those every 2 years. $80,000 for 2 patrol vehicles, which are fully equipped, and then $50,000 for the 2 ATVs. Under personnel, included with all of the personnel line items and all of the funds that you just saw before you, it included a merit pay system which would allow each employee a 2% merit increase on their date of hire if they qualify. So that means if they have a satisfactory performance evaluation. Mm-hmm. It funds longevity pay for all qualifying full-time city employees, and that's $4 a month for every month of service to the city. That check is paid to employees annually in November.
And just to clarify, because we did discuss it in our small budget workshop, but all employees, or the majority of the employers, are all at market now.
So that's what we're going to talk about on our next slide, exactly. You guys have done a great job of helping me
But it
get
was
everybody
longevity.
to market salary so
Yeah.
that you're competitive. We want to stay competitive and try to keep up with the merits and the cost of livings as best as we can so that we don't get so far behind again. But if you look at the next slide, and I'm not asking to do this year, but I want you to see that you're not competitive at all where your longevity pay is concerned. So I literally went to every department this year asking them about merit and about cost of living and about longevity and about retirement. Everybody's preference, I can't even think of a dissension. Everybody's preference is the retirement. They want the retirement to be the same as the other cities. But when I look at this, I mean, you're not really marketable here either. And I just wanted to show you that. We're not trying to do it this year. We're trying to, do one thing at a time. This is something that we're going to need to look at.
Alamo Heights is at $3.
But Alamo
Wow.
Heights salaries are all so much higher.
They're higher
Yeah.
than ours?
Mhm.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
all right. I didn't.
When you look at the whole package, longevity pay is probably something that we're going to want to tackle at one point, just to make sure you stay up there in the market. So under personnel, what we're looking at doing is taking the current benefit, which is 6% 2-to-1, to 7% 2-to-1. And the way Vicki has this chart done is she's got it by fund, and it would cost you about $190,000 to do this. And for me, if you go to the next slide, the selling point is right here. And that's a chart that Crystal did. Can you go to the next slide? With surrounding suburban cities. And look at where you are there. So that tells me we need to fix this. We can't afford in this budget and do everything that we need to do, especially safety-wise, to get that vesting at 5 years. But you have a lot of long-term employees here who would much rather see the 7% than anything else. Because
they're already at 10 years.
Exactly. They're already vested. That's exactly right. And so that's why, when you have to pick one or the other and just do a little bit at a time, that's what we chose for this year, was to do the 7%. What I would like to do on the 7%, because for the 7%, I have to have an ordinance. So if you all agree to the 7%, if you can just give me a consensus tonight, if this is something you think you want to do, then for the October 7th meeting, I will go ahead and August 7th. What did I say, October 7th?
October.
August 7th meeting, boy. For the August, I should remember that, that's my birthday. So for the August 7th meeting, the first reading, we can go ahead and do that and get those ordinances done so that by the time you have your budget finalized on the 21st, you can be reading your second ordinance for the retirement system.
I concur.
Yeah, I think so. The whole budget's based on the 7%, so.
It is.
Could we have a breakdown of employees the number of employees that are here 10 years and longer and then less?
Absolutely.
Just so we can
That's
see
easy to
that
get you.
number?
And we probably won't get you the name, we'll just say this is how many.
I don't want
Absolutely.
but just so we can see that. And everybody knows what vesting means. I mean, I want to be sure.
And there's people that have come on that are already vested. So we have officers
That's right.
that have time in SAP.
Oh, so that
and
transfers
the
over.
Time, not the money, the time transfers over, so they are considered vested already. So if they worked at a prior city before and had 5 years there and 5 years here, then the 10 count.
Okay, yeah, well, if you'll give us that information too.
We can separate that for you. That
Sure.
shouldn't be too difficult.
So
Okay.
vesting
Yeah.
only refers to the number of years. You don't, like if you leave, you don't take the money and transfer it to another
You
system.
don't qualify for you don't qualify for the city's percentage if you're not vested.
Oh, I
You only
see.
keep the percentage that you put in then.
Crystal, can you step to the mic? Thanks.
Okay, I thought it was retirement, related to retirement, right?
It is related to retirement, but
can
as
you
the
explain
city's
that? Because I
putting
want
in-
everybody to understand what that is, because it's
Sure.
not something that, I mean,
So as the
I
city's
certainly don't have
putting in their
vesting at my
portion and
office.
you're putting in your portion as an employee, once you're vested, you actually get yours and the city's portion.
If you leave.
If you leave, that's correct.
Right.
So you could retire that way, or you could, take
Mm-hmm.
it out in a lump sum, I guess, if you wanted to. But if you're not vested, then you only get the portion that you put in as an employee, not the portion that the city has put in.
Okay, under 10 years.
Under 10 years,
Right.
under the current plan.
So somewhere in our budget,
10-year of all suburban
right,
cities.
but somewhere in our budget, we have that liability of how much we would owe if a lot of people left at one time?
So you already pay that when we pay TMRS every paycheck.
Okay, good.
That's right.
Good. All right, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so just so I know for ordinance-wise, there's a consensus to go ahead and bring that as a first read?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I believe so.
very good.
Yes.
Everybody? Yeah.
Okay, retirement rates by city, you've seen. I think that is a very powerful chart right there. Personnel, this funds a 1.5% cost of living. And my very question to everybody from the directors to the public works people to the firemen were, are you okay not getting the real cost of living adjustment if we can't afford it, if we can at least get your retirement where it needs to be? And it was a unanimous yes. They want the same retirement as everybody else has. And so we put the COLA, or the cost of living, at 1.5%, and it's broken down there by category. It's already in your proposed budget. But if you look at the next page, and we even looked today again at the Department of Labor statistics, and April is not out yet, but I'm just going to take a wild guess, and I think we even talked about this in class, right, about the CPI, and that was that I can't imagine that in April and then in the summer months it's not going to go up. The price of gasoline has gone up, tariffs, I mean, it's going to go up. And so right now, if you look at the average, it's 2.24, and if you go to the previous screen, we're only asking for the 1.5% so that we can fund that retirement.
And I know we don't have that yet, but we will get the cost of living for the rest of the suburban cities.
We don't have that information
No,
yet, but
I
yeah,
know
we
that, but we
definitely
will.
get
We
that.
usually do, right, Vicki?
We get that.
You usually get that for us, that Crystal will get the cost of living for the other, what they're proposing in their budget.
Right before the meeting, and it was only March, was on the.
No, she's
No, no,
talking
no,
about
I meant all
the-
the, like, what's Helotes given as a cost of living? What's Chavano Park? I mean, just so we can again see where
Gave
we
you that
fall.
chart last year.
Yeah, you gave us the chart last year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Under personnel, as we present the proposed budget, we've not received the final cost for the city's health insurance program. As I mentioned earlier, you're barely going to look at the broker tonight. But we did go ahead and project a 17% increase in the budget. Once we receive the final numbers, as always, we bring them right back here to you, and we'll tell you what the real numbers are.
And Crystal actually did a historic trend. Yeah. Did everybody see that?
She passed it out to the council.
Yeah.
Like
So did everybody
10,
see?
14, and then I budgeted 17 the last
2 years. 2 years?
so 2 or 3 years.
Uh-huh.
And so just for the council's reference, we've had renewal rates come in like, and you know, Matt's actually here. We've had renewal rates come in at like 20, 23. Last year, I think they came in at 24%. So then that's when we look at different carriers. So when I budget the 17%, it's looking at our loss claim ratio at the time. And so right now, we're running about 17%. So when we get time, when we go for our rates, we'll have to look at either different carrier or different plan while trying to keep the integrity of the plan without raising the deductible too high. When I started here, the deductible was $1,000. We're already up to $2,000. We've hit $2,500 deductibles at some points to keep that rate for the city as low as we possibly
Right.
can. So,
Okay. Very good. Thank you for doing that research.
So what the city's current medical insurance program does right now, it provides medical coverage to every city employee at no cost. If a city employee wants dental or vision or life insurance, then they pay for it themselves. The dependent insurance, is cost is paid for at 100% by the employee, and it's very expensive. Personnel, this is the proposed holiday schedule. For the Christmas holidays, We would close from December 21st to January 1st, reopen January the 2nd. If you use the holidays that you see outlined up there, we would reopen that Wednesday, and the employees would use 2 days of their personal leave. And the next steps, August 7th at 5:30, we will have a second budget workshop, minus a few of these, bar graphs and stuff that we've gone through that we don't think we need anymore. August the 21st, it will be time for you to consider formally adopting the budget. And we'll go ahead and do the retirement ordinances, the first read on the 7th and the second read on the 21st. The first public hearing on the proposed tax rate will be September 4th. The second one will be September 11th, both at 6 o'clock. There will be a formal adoption of the tax rate September 18th at 6 o'clock. That concludes the first budget workshop. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Of course, I think you've been asking, oh my gosh, we've been at it for 2
long
hours
time.
and 15 minutes. So thank you, Ms. Kinsler, for that. Are there any additional questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez, and then if there's any questions from anyone in our chambers this evening, we'd love to hear from you as well. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Well, the one thing I'd like to see is, other than hiring the community development, which we'll talk about Saturday, is hiring an IT director and get rid of Barcom.
Okay, so can we take that up?
That for the
For the
retreat as
retreat,
well?
can we also take that up then? Okay, we'll make sure that that's on the,
Put both of those on there.
okay, very good. Anything else? Anyone else
From
have a
citizens?
question, comment? How about any of the students? Crystal clear, right? Ah, excellent.
You get
Okay.
5 extra points if you ask a question.
Aha. There you go.
Okay, we'll be here for another hour now.
That's in the test. Okay, so it's now
Look,
approximately...
you got out of class early today. So that was
Right. It's now approximately 7:46 p.m., and I know we need to start the regular agenda, but if we could just take maybe about a 5-minute break, everybody take a break, and then we will re-adjourn in just about 5 or 6 minutes, okay? Thank you. Thank you. You bet.
If you had told me you were going to do that, I wouldn't have left.
Oh, well, I just figured, this is a good time to,
We needed
yeah,
this stuff.
we needed to, yeah. No, I've got, uh-huh. Right. Okay. Welcome back to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. We have had recessed from our budget workshop, but Ms. Caldera had approached me, so before we move to the regular meeting, remember I told you that Councilor Jordan was delayed this evening and not able to join us because of his class, but he did send a comment or question, and so I'd like for you to read it, Ms. Caldera, for the record.
It's just a comment for the record, and it says, I have attended my current city councilor briefings with the city manager, and I do not have any questions at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And that's for the record. And then also, I was talking to Dave Smith, who's a volunteer extraordinaire and a citizen of Leon Valley, and he had a comment about the street sweepers based on his institutional knowledge for working for Six Flags. And I said, would you please share that with us?
Yeah, David Smith, Old Mill neighborhood. I just, speaking as a citizen, not on behalf of my company, 'cause
Right.
I'm not allowed to do that.
That's right.
I would just caution, I love the idea of a street sweeper every month. I think that's a decent price for a good one. I would just caution you on the maintenance costs on those things. It is a ridiculous amount of maintenance. One board or something big gets in there, and the cost of replacing the rotors on those fans, those vacuums, it just gets expensive incredibly fast. The other thing, I don't know if the city is legally allowed to do that. I know we keep purchasing all this big equipment. I don't understand why we don't look into a lease option. That's what we do with all our heavy equipment, and then it breaks down the cost. We can get new equipment every 4 to 5 years, and we're constantly cycling through it then. And we don't have this issue of having these 30-year-old vehicles. I mean, we still do have 30-year-old vehicles, but still,
Certainly.
just a suggestion.
Okay.
So
well,
my
thank you for
previous
this.
job, we leased big, pieces of equipment all the time. So, and I don't know what type of maintenance agreement it would come with. the street sweeper, so you'd need to look at that and see for us. I also have a correction on the budget.
Okay.
So Melinda asked us to reduce the permanent generator to 120,000. She's since gone and looked at her notes, and the presentation was right. It was 175,000 for 2 generators.
Oh, so we don't have a
So-
55,000. Okay.
Exactly. So you don't have that savings that Dr. Edwards had a big smile on his
I
face
know.
about. It's,
I think we
no.
all did. Okay, so 175 for 2.
Exactly.
There goes
So-
the raise.
Sorry, exactly. Yeah, that's okay.
6%. Very good. Okay, well, very good. Okay, so I will then close the budget workshop at approximately 7:55 on Tuesday, July 17th, and we will welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Leon Valley City Council on Tuesday, July 17th, 2018 at approximately 7:54. And we have agenda item number 3, which is presentations, the monthly financial report, June 2018. We have Ashley Wayman, our Assistant Financial Director, Finance Director, here this evening to present. And good evening, Ashley, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor.
Great.
Council. Let me get this up here. All right, so tonight I'll go over the June monthly financial report, everything up to June. We are now, as of June 30th, 75% of the way through the fiscal year, so we'll keep that in mind as we go through this report. Starting with all of our revenues in the general fund, everything is looking really good. As you can see, ad valorem has now surpassed our budgeted projections for the year, so that's looking great. Sales taxes are actually up 5.58% as of right now. We do have to keep in mind with sales tax that is 2 months behind.
That's
always.
right.
So this really only reflects 7 months worth of sales tax
That's right.
as of right now. Our franchise taxes do appear to be a little bit low. We've kind of talked about the cable cutting recently and things like that, as well as we do accrue back our CPS fees at the end of the fiscal year. So they should straighten out a little bit by then. But for now, a little bit low, but we'll see how those come in. License, permits, fees, and fines. A huge increase or, trending upward, but mostly due to your red light camera and your impound lot. Those are broken down on later slides for us to look at in detail. All the expenditures seem to be tracking very well in the general fund. We're not really
Ashley,
concerned.
what about the miscellaneous? Why is it 1.5 in the budget and 593, only 37%? What is
So we have
not
just now
happening there?
started receiving our TxDOT reimbursements for the Evers Road Bridge.
Oh.
So as those start coming in, I think we just got our first one. So that's
Okay.
gonna
So
catch
that'll
up very quick.
increase it because we had to pay it out in order to get it reimbursed back.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
very good. Thank you.
So yes, like I said, expenditures are all looking like they're tracking very well. We're not concerned about anything there. We'll move on to our water and sewer fund. The big thing to look at here is our water sales. They are up from where they were last year at this time. We do watch those pretty closely in the summer months. Again, there's a lot of parts that are kind of beyond our control, weather, rainfall, conservation. But as for now, they're looking good. That's pretty much the main standout. The miscellaneous is so high due to the CDBG grants received for the Timber Hill and Conestoga project. So as far as expenditures, they're all also tracking very well. We don't have any concerns there, unless y'all have any questions. Moving on to our community center fund. Taking a look at our hotel motel taxes, those have not changed from last month's report that you've seen. They come in on a quarterly basis, so this is through the quarter ending March 2018. Next month, on the financial, you will be able to see a quarter ending June 2018. So for now, they're stayed the same from last month, but they are looking good from what we've received already. So we'll be able to look at that next month. As far as your community center and conference center rental fees, still a bit down from where we would like to be seeing them. Your community center is looking a little bit better, kind of close, about 4% less than last year at this time. Conference center is doing much better than it has been the rest of the year, but still is kind of down from what we were hoping.
Is the Evers Road closure affecting the rentals? Or we
It's-
don't have any way of telling?
It's hard to tell. I mean, it's not affecting the library's
know.
events, so it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to
Okay.
say what exactly is affecting it. I think that's all kind of a learning process, and she's hoping to find out more with the advertising and things
Sure.
she's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
As far as expenditures, everything is tracking. The expenditures do include the AC units, so those are in the community center, I believe. So everything is tracking very well on expenditures as well.
Okay.
The economic and community development, the sales tax is pretty much in the same boat as general fund, still 2 months behind, only 7 months worth, but still trending upward. So looking good there. Our expenditures are mainly due to ED project funding. Currently, they've funded the North Side Sports Signs, Slack Monster Recording Studio, as well as the Historical Society, and their contribution to the July 4th celebration of $32,500. All right, and then moving on to our red light cameras. We don't have anything to compare our budget to from last year because this is a brand new program. So just looking at it, it's looking pretty good. You can see all of our revenues that are being collected by our vendor, as well as the ones we collect, which are the walk-in fees, and then the late fees, which are separate. Something to keep in mind about the revenue, this is only from mid-March to end of June, so it doesn't really reflect our full fiscal year so far. That also is not just all of our revenue. We can't, we're not going to consider that all City of Leon Valley revenue yet, because a portion of that will go to the state depending on our administrative expenses.
So can I have a question on the expenditures, Tier 1. So we've got the $869,992 from the inception to the end of June, and we have expenses of $400,594. So do you take that figure, divide it by 2, and set it aside for the state? Is that what you do, so that we keep tracking?
Right. Once everything has come in, all of our total revenues, we will take out everything we spent in Tier 1, all of our administrative expenses.
Right.
So that all comes directly out of what we've
Right.
made, and then what is left over from that is then split
Right.
between us and the
So
state.
if I minus that, that's $469,398 divided by 2, so that's $234,699 to the state. But do we save that every month, or how do we do that?
We can't budget it as a liability because we don't know until the end of the fiscal year.
Oh,
We have no clue. It kind of sits in revenue for right now, and then at the end
Okay.
of the reporting period, once everything is in, then we will know exactly.
So
how
we
much
won't send this check to the state to the end of the fiscal year?
Absolutely.
With
Just-
this report
right,
that
yes, ma'am.
Vicki was talking about?
Paid one
Okay.
time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. For some reason, I thought it would be on a monthly basis that you'd set it aside, but
Right.
no.
It's just we would just have no clue. It would all be guessing at that
Okay.
point, and then you'd have to settle
Well, you know,
out.
you do have some expenditures, so, I mean, you're going by that. At least that's what I was going on.
Partially,
Yeah,
yes.
uh-huh.
You do. You have some, yes, ma'am. And you will know in your expenditures in Tier 1, there has been a jump in the contractual because now we have received our first vendor invoices and we've paid those. So the contractual amount there reflects through May paying for the cameras.
Through May.
Through May, yes, ma'am. And then Tier 2, just everything seems tracking okay. It's just our crime or our traffic safety program. So that's just what's left over after we give half of it to the state. So that's about all there is to do there. So
Right, okay.
for now, yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, how would you have to kind of generally know how much you're going to go to the state so that you know how much you can spend for your safety program.
Absolutely.
Right? So,
Right. But
yeah,
again, we don't have
that's
any
all.
previous years. We have
Yeah,
no clue where it's
that's
going
right.
to go. Ideally, they would trend down as people are
Yeah.
driving safer
Mhm.
and not getting as many tickets. But
Mhm.
it's kind of a learning year for us.
Mhm.
So.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
So if I understand correct, we really need to be a prudent manager of our Tier 2 monies, because we could actually be where we overspend in Tier 2 and not have enough money, or, have to pay the state a lot more money than, if we spent, let's say 60% of the money in Tier 2, the state's still going to want their 50%, so we're going to be 10% short.
So what happens as soon as your tier one expenditures are spent, let's say you have just an even number, $1 million left, right then and there, 500,000 goes to the state. So you can't do that. You see what I'm saying? You don't start spending tier two and then send a portion, send some of it to the state. It immediately gets split after tier one. So you really can't make that mistake.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's what I was asking. You said you weren't going to pay it till the end of the fiscal year. So that's why I was wondering, are you socking it away every
But you
month?
still put it away.
Yeah, you're still putting it away.
Are you kidding? It's Vicky.
Yeah. But do you know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I don't think we're going to be that way because you got to know how much you're going to send to the state so that you have some leftover money to spend on your safety program, which we're spending.
Yeah,
with
that's not
police
your
officers.
money, that other 50%. It's just not your money. You have to put it away.
Right. But we
yeah,
have to be
but-
prudent
but
and
we have-
conservative in our spending because we could go over and be short.
Sure, but that's the same thing in any line item.
Right.
It doesn't apply just to this one, because this one's going to be a regular line item like anything else.
So hopefully at the end of the year, we might end up with $10,000 more in the tier two money.
We'll have
that
more
we
than
didn't have
that.
to, that we didn't spend in our portion.
That's always a possibility, absolutely.
That's the way we want it to be
Yeah,
instead of
I
the other
think
way.
it's going to be,
Right.
I think it's going to be over and not under,
And
so.
it could be, because if you remember, Mayor,
Uh-huh.
I showed you that spreadsheet that we're keeping, that shows every single month we put down what the expenditures for tier one are, and then we put in what the revenues are. So that's telling us, as we go through it, okay, this is how much is for the state, and this is how much for us, and then we look at how much do we have for tier two. The only reason we're not technically socking it away is it's sitting in that revenue account. And when we get to year end and we figure out, okay, everything belongs here, we've got everything correct, we got the revenue, everything's where it's supposed to go, that's when we'll actually pull out from that revenue account and pay it. For the budget for 19, what we've done is when you see that 1.7, that doesn't include the amount that we anticipate is going to go to the state, because we have this formula, and it's actually 3 spreadsheets of how we calculate based upon what our tier one expenditures are.
Right. You have it all itemized.
Right. So we have a huge spreadsheet where we're tracking it all, and we're looking at it, and we're still experimenting because it's our first year. But we know, this year, there's nothing budgeted for revenue. Next year, the only thing that's budgeted is what we anticipate, is going to be, it's going to be less the amount that we go to the state.
Right, and we're not even going to have a full year to compare next year
No, ma'am.
because we started it in March, so it's still going to be half of a
No, ma'am.
fiscal. Okay. All right. Like you said, it's a learning experience, but it's okay. Just want to try to wrap our heads around it and try to understand it so we can communicate it out to people who might ask us.
Absolutely.
Okay. The impound lot.
Yes, I'm sorry. Moving on to our impound lot. Really not a big story to tell here in impound lot. We have already surpassed our total revenue projections for the year, which they were budgeted very conservatively. Expenditures are all tracking just fine there, so everything looks to be good in our impound lot.
And so at the end of the fiscal year, then we'll know how much extra revenue we've secured in this process. Our revenue minus expenses, we're definitely going to have some money left over, but we'll get that at the end of the fiscal year?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
once everything
All
settles
right.
out.
Whenever you close it out for the year and you'll
Yes.
come back to us. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank
All
you.
And that's all we have for our report. I'd like to point out that this report and other reports, as well as check registers and other financial transparency information, can be found at our website, Government Financial Transparency.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other questions for Ashley Wayman from our council or from anyone in our chambers this evening on the financial statement of the City of Leon Valley? Okay, great, yes. Yes, please, please continue.
Crystal,
have
can you
reviewed-
repeat that on your mic, please?
I have reviewed with no questions.
You do this through Excel?
Yes.
Very.
Well, good. So this is a good learning experience for those of you that are at home or at your office and you want to give input. You can go online. Ms. Posley, is it spos@leonvalleytexas.gov?
It is.
And then they send it, and you'll get it and be able to read it while
Yes,
we're
and I
here.
did get these before the meeting, so if they come in during the meeting, that might be a little challenging because I'd
Okay.
have to actually know to check my email.
Okay.
But, yes.
Okay, very good. Great. Okay,
Thank you all so much.
You bet. Okay, then moving on to agenda item number 4, our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, welcome back and good evening.
Thank you. Feel like I was just here.
I know.
So just for the new people, I guess there's only one new person, 2 new people in the audience. The city manager's report is done the Friday before the council meetings. It is posted on our website and given to all the council members so that you as the citizens can read the same thing that our council members are reading. But then what we do on council day is I try to do a short city manager supplemental report, anything we may have missed or that may have happened between the time the report was sent out and the city council meeting itself. So one thing I wanted to let you know, and I think I mentioned it during the budget presentation, but we just got our sales taxes in. We were up by 6.5% this last month, so we're still trending really well there. I wanted to make sure that I have the ideas correct for the upcoming coffee this week. The sign task force was something we had talked about, the William Rancher properties, Oak Wilt, and then now, based on Councilor Martinez, I'm sure there's a second somewhere, suggestion, the 2 positions will be discussed at the retreat, sorry. Okay, so it's still just the, is there any items that I'm missing for the coffee? Because Sandra needs to post by 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, so we had the sign task force, Oak Wilt, William Rancher issue.
Those 3 things are what I have.
And then, of course, we'll hear from our citizens.
Absolutely.
So
There'll be
that's
time
9
for
to 11
dialogue.
this coming Saturday, July 21st at the conference center. Okay, thank you. 9 to 11. Did any of the counselors want to add anything to the agenda on Saturday? I just want to be sure.
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and post it in the morning then. You did not receive the court numbers from the last city manager's report. What you really didn't receive is the community service hours. We're missing them. We're still missing them. We had the municipal court supervisor, she took unexpected leave and still isn't back. And that's a number that Crystal is unable to, she doesn't know how to get it. And so anyway, as soon as we get that, we'll let you know. But that's the reason that was missing. The next regular city council meeting is August 7th at 6 o'clock p.m. That's not a 5:30 one with the budget hearing? The August 7th one? It is 5:30, right? Okay, I have 6 o'clock here. Okay, 5:30 p.m. And then, of course, as the mayor mentioned, we have coffee with the mayor and city council this Saturday, July 21st at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's from 9 to 11. And while we have him here, I'd like Mr. Xavier Antu to stand up, please. He is Brandon's new community development director, assistant director, and he will start July the 30th, right? July 30th. And so we're very pleased to have him. Brandon rewrote that job description, zested it up a little bit, and Xavier met many of the qualifications that Brandon was looking for. So Brandon is like a kid before Christmas right now. He's really excited to be full-staffed.
Okay,
So
very good.
welcome, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for coming.
Welcome. Yes.
And that concludes the manager's supplemental report, and with that, I would stand for questions.
All right. I just had a question because I get it almost asked daily. When is the Eversbro Bridge going to be completed?
Ah.
I'm serious. People want to
Melinda,
know.
you're
People
on.
want to know. Are y'all listening out there? And I
Oh, are
said,
we
please tell me it'll be before school starts because if not, we're all going to be hung. I'm serious.
Yes.
The real question is, when will the road be open? They really don't care when it's finished as long as that road is open.
Yeah, that's right. That's
you
true. They
have,
want to be able to drive over it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The contractor had, in the original contract, 150 days to complete the project.
Mm-hmm.
They've now had 13 rain days, and they're verified. Yep, because
13.
it rains, you can't get in the creek when it's not raining. It has to dry up. They are pumping out water, but it's a volume of water, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we've said all along, weather permitting,
Mhm.
weather permitting. So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Their now new target date to have the road open is first part of August.
Okay.
They have a commitment that they're trying to keep to VIA because VIA assigns their permanent routes for their buses on August the 20th of every year. And so VIA actually came to our last week's construction meeting and said, you know, we would really like to reassign those buses that used to use Evers Road back to their permanent route. So that's what their target date is now, is have it open either the first week in August or the second week in August, but absolutely no later than August 20th. All the things on the outside of the bridge, the limestone that goes on the side, some of the concrete work in the channel, all that can be done after the road is open. So that's the answer to that. And as always, it is weather permitting. So if we have another huge flood event, it's going to set it back some more. So
Okay, so you said August.
either the first or second week in August
First or
to have the
second week of
road
August.
completely
I just-
open, not just 2 lanes, it would
Okay,
be all 4
completely
lanes.
open. First.
And if you go by there right now, you can see that they're already prepping
yeah.
the road for
Mhm,
asphalt.
right.
So they're I think they're going to make it.
Road open. Well, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword because I live off of Evers, and I've really loved that there's no traffic and I can cross the street with, you know, just da-da-da-da, not have to take my life in my own hand. So once it's open, it's gonna be speeded up again. So
So
anyway,
when the people ask, can we blame it on the mayor?
please, no. Anyway, that's right. But anyway, thank you so much for your patience, Melinda. I'm always asking you about Evers Road. So, okay, anyone else have a question for our city manager this evening, either from the dais or from our chambers? Okay. Seeing no one else, let's move to citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Okay, seeing none, then we will move to announcements by the mayor and city council. Counselor, yes, Counselor. But that's for 8.1. Right. So I was going to go to my left, and I was going to ask Counselor Edwards if you had any announcements.
Done this evening.
Okay, very good. And Counselor Rodriguez?
Just hope to see everybody on Saturday for coffee with the mayor and with the rest of us.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Counselor Alcacer?
And hopefully that'll be tea too. But
Okay.
thank you for coming.
All right. And Counselor Martinez?
Tomorrow, the Leon Valley Area Chamber of Commerce is having their monthly luncheon, and everybody should want to go tomorrow. It could be at the Leon Valley Cafe. And you know how wonderful the food is there. And second, they are going to make a major announcement. So you need to come to the meeting tomorrow to hear that major announcement.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and it's at 11:30 or 12, Counselor? 11:30 or 12?
11:30. Well, the meeting actually starts at 12, but people get there around 11:30.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I just had a few things. I just wanted a shout out to the staff, Sandra, Maribel, the city manager. I mean, everybody, all the directors for a wonderful 4th of July, even though we got rained out at 5 o'clock. But the 5K was excellent. They had over 200 runners and walkers. The parade and the soapbox derby. So I know a lot of time, effort went into it, and it was exhausting because, I mean, when we all got to go home that night, it was kind of like, oh, how could I have gone till 11:30 tonight? But we would have. But you could really feel the heat during the day. But it was excellent. So I want to just say thank you to all of our staff and volunteers. And I mean, it was a labor of love. So thank you all for that. Then also just one other thing, Ms. Kinsler and I went to the CPS Energy Summit on Friday of last week and heard from the CEO, Paula Gold-Williams, and just give us an update on a whole slew of things. But what I was so proud of is that they went through the last year and it was all focused on suburban cities, and so I'm just going to toot our horn a little bit, but Leon Valley was mentioned 4 times. We were mentioned for our solar panels on the fire department, this building, and the library. So that was 3 pictures that they showed. And then we were also mentioned for the Evers Road Bridge and the gas relocation, the CPS and the pole relocation. And then lastly, our Earthwise Living Day and how they helped support us in our tree initiative. So I was just beaming, just kind of quietly, but I just thought that, I just appreciate everyone's support in hopefully more suburban cities will go solar or whatever, So anyway, but thank you. I just had to share that, and I know Ms. Kinser, it was a good meeting overall. So okay, then moving to the consent agenda, I will need to move consent agenda item 7.2 into the regular agenda. I was just informed that we cannot have an ordinance in the consent agenda. We have to formally read it, get a presentation, and then vote on it, the second reading. So that will be moved then into agenda item number 9 somewhere, but we'll put it in there. So, but may I have a motion? Oh, is there anybody that wants to remove consent agenda item 7.1 out for discussion? And then if not, may I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve consent agenda item 7.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Now, I would like to ask consideration from my colleagues if we could please move, take out of order, agenda item number 9.5, because we've had Matt, where is he? There he is. He's been waiting here for hours, and I just thought for his consideration we could maybe take that one out of order and then go back to agenda item number 8, ordinance, if that's the pleasure of the council. That be okay?
That's
Agree with
fine.
me.
Okay, so very good. So without further ado, let me then take regular agenda item 9.5 out of order as supported by the council, and that's discuss and consider possible action authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract for insurance agent of record services with Gallagher Benefit Services for the city's employee group insurance plan. And good evening, Crystal. You're here to present, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
You
And so
bet.
this is just a request for proposals for the insurance agent of record. We go out every 2 years for a brokerage firm. Oops, went too fast. So the purpose of this agenda is this item is to authorize the city manager and to enter into a contract for professional services with Gallagher for insurance agent of record for the city's employee group health insurance plan. We did have 15 submittals, and we had a committee that was composed, wow, this isn't going really fast, sorry, of Assistant Finance Director Ashley Wayman, Assistant Fire Chief Blake Wade, Detective Alex King, and myself. We have an intern, and she was part of the process, and I let her score too. I did not include her scores, obviously, in here, but I just kind of wanted to see how somebody else scored the sheets, and hers were in line with us as well, so that's kind of important to kind of note. I put the average scores in your PowerPoint, but I also included what each of the independent scores were in y'all's packet, so hopefully y'all got to see those. We independently scored each of the proposals, and the average scores are listed. As you can see, Gallagher was the top scorer. And then we interviewed the top three companies, and it was Gallagher, IBTX, and Crandall Associates. The interview scores, as you can see here, came out as followed, and Gallagher was ahead in the interview as well. Fiscal impact, there's no direct fiscal impact to the budget. The insurance company pays commissions to the brokerage firms, and Gallagher did list their commission at 4%, and that comes directly from the insurance company itself. Years ago, before we had a brokerage firm, the insurance company would still charge us a commission percentage on an average of 3%. The city would not get that back. That check just didn't go to anybody. And so at the time, about 6 or 7 years ago, we decided to go ahead and get a broker because we weren't seeing that savings in percentages. And so we decided to get an insurance broker. And so their percentage is in line with other companies.
Is there commissions paid on other, like dental and
Yes,
life?
so
and-
dental and dental is 10% and
Oh.
supplementals are 15. Where you at?
So
15.
that would go back to Gallagher?
Correct.
Okay.
And
all
so
right.
they get charged the percentage, but the big one that they, dental is so small, the big one is the medical.
health. Okay.
And then we had people that refused to offer their commission rate, what their commission was.
Mhm.
And so they just, they said that, you know, since we don't pay it directly, they just refused to release it.
All right, very good.
And so the recommendation from the Insurance Benefit Committee is to go ahead and enter into an agreement with Gallagher for 2 years, and then we'd go out for RFPs again.
Okay,
Any questions?
very good. And can we introduce
Yes, you can introduce
Matt?
Matt Stedman from
Stedman,
Gallagher.
come on up. Thank you. Well, how's it feel? Winning out again, it's like a beauty pageant. No, I'm just teasing. No.
No, it feels good.
Okay.
You know, and it's smart to go out to bid like that,
Mhm.
you know, just to make sure you're getting the services you want, for the price you want. So it's it's smart to do that every couple of years, so.
Okay, so now do you go out and start scouring the market?
Yes.
And bringing back proposals for review?
Now we're deep into renewal
Certainly.
already, yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure you've communicated with the employees as to what they are looking for as far as a lower deductible or whatever. I mean, are you just looking for the bottom line?
I'm trying to look bottom line
Mhm.
and then keeping our current, as close as we can to our current plan. I think
Certainly.
last year we kind of did like a 3-tier pharmacy or something. We tried that.
Right. Mhm.
Employees didn't really care for that.
Mhm.
So this year we went back to the regular pharmacy,
Mhm.
and we were able to keep the rate pretty much the same. Pharmacy is going way up. It's going to be a major part
Yeah.
of insurance in the
Really?
next couple of years.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's across the country,
Mm.
across the
everywhere.
state,
So we're
just
going to wait to
pharmacy
see
in
what we
general.
get in this year, but pharmacy's going to be huge this year.
Hmm.
So we'll just kind of, that's just the trend, the going
Yeah.
trend. So.
Which is a balancing act between you want to keep your plan good, but you have to look at the fiscal, you know, the dollars as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Well, thank you for your help on that process this year again. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
What about, I believe they're called 125 plans, the other benefits, FLS, is it leave or?
No,
is it?
we have FSA account, which is a 125 FSA account where employees are allowed to put up to $1,500 a year in a savings plan that they put in from their check.
Oh.
And so every paycheck they put in, whatever amount, you can do $5, whatever, and it's available to the employee, all of the money beginning October the 1st.
Right.
And if they were to leave, they just cut us a check back if they overspent in that account. But it's a 125 pre-tax.
And that is those 125 funds
That's
or?
not, I think what you're trying to get at is an HSA fund, is what I think what your question is.
Health savings account?
The health savings accounts and stuff?
We've looked at those in the past, but because of our employee population and our pool, it's just not been a feasible.
I mean, they are what they are. They're a decent solution. You have to have what's called a high deductible health plan. So you can't put a health savings account on top of a quote regular PPO. So with the high deductible health plan, there's no copays. So you have to keep that in mind for, you know, for doctor's visits, for scripts, for hospital. So let's say I'm just going to make it up. Let's say you put a $2,000 or $3,000 deductible 100% plan. Until that individual reaches $2,000 or $3,000, they pay for everything. So they could go down to CVS, Walgreens, HEB, and be asked for $300, $400 for scripts instead of a copay. So it's if the idea is to add one, we typically will add it as a option, right? So for you know, bulletproof millennials or people that want tax benefits, it makes sense. But for the base population, a lot of times you need those copays. It's just too expensive. You know?
Okay. I just met with a hopefully future customer. He knew you.
Oh.
SBS or SBC?
Oh, yeah, SBS.
And
good company.
And you know, I asked. Of course, I like to find out what my customers do, and
Sure.
he was, you know, touting his horn, and you know. Then I thought about this item, and that's why I was going to ask you about it.
No, it can be good. You just have to put it in the right way. You know, if you were to replace all your plans with that, it would be disastrous. You know, because people need copays. It's just too expensive.
Okay. Well, very good. Any other questions for Matt Stedmore or Crystal? Yes.
Is this, no, it seemed to me we got a lot of companies respond. Did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, typically we do, Rhonda was really good at sending out to different companies. We do get typically between 12, I think last year or the last time I did it, I think I had 10. But it's the same major companies that are really competing. I mean, if I could show you the RFPs, you'd be like, okay, these are the 5 that really do this. And, so we have, Crandall, that's been Helotis's agent of record for many, many years. And so they're right in line. A lot of these companies do a lot of the same things. But again, I mean, we've been with Gallagher for going on 6 years. This will be our 7th year with them.
Mm-hmm.
The employees have been pretty happy. We don't have too many complaints, just kind of.
So, and initially the 3 ones you interviewed had the identical score.
Yeah, I mean, they have they're right in line. I mean, it's kind of hard to, you're offering the same services at kind of almost the same capacity. The only difference, I think, is with Gallagher is they're a little bit larger than those firms.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're able to bring a benefit to us, I think, being so small, that we just don't see with the other firms.
Yeah,
Because we've had a smaller firm before. I mean, you weren't a council member at the time, but we were with Mullen for 3 years, 4
Mm-hmm.
years.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
Yeah, we use our national leverage for y'all's plan, just like, we are the council, or the work with the city of San Antonio, for example, and others, so we use the same kind of techniques and leverage for all of our clients. So we bring that heavy leverage to the table.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we're going to get lower rates this year?
Usually.
We hope so. We hope
Yeah.
so.
We always
Lower
hope
than
so.
17%. That saves us money.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you. All right, so what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda
And
item?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve this as read.
Okay.
I
Second.
second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Alcacer to approve the insurance agent of record services with Gallagher Benefit Services as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you again.
Thank you, and
We
thank
look
you for
forward to
moving
working.
me up on the
Yes,
agenda.
I appreciate it. When I saw you here at about 6, I thought, oh gosh, you heard everything about our budget and then some, right?
Do we get a 1%?
Well, good. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. All
Do we
right.
get a 1% discount?
Do we
for
get a
that?
1% discount? No, I don't think so. Okay. So then, all right, so we're moving, thank you so much for your flexibility, Council. I do appreciate it. So then we're moving back to agenda number 8, ordinance 8.1. These are our second readings, and Ms. Pasolay, would you please read ordinance 8.1, please?
Yes, ma'am. An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley City Council amending the general fund of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2017-2018 in the amount of $20,000 to provide proper funding for the general fund, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Kinsler, do you have any new information for Counselor on this? This was our second reading to update this particular.
Mayor, Council, I do not.
Okay. Then I do have, before we actually consider the vote, I did receive comments a couple of days ago from our resident, Olin Yarnell, in Leon Valley, Texas, and I'd like to read it. He's asked me to read it. He's not here today. And he says, I wish to come before you all to discuss the above listed agenda item 8.1. The reason that I've chosen to come before you all in letter form this evening is due to the nature of the recent video postings I've witnessed on YouTube, RE, the City of Leon Valley, combined with the fact that I'm currently under a criminal investigation by the City of Leon Valley, see attached November 2017 letter, which I don't have the attachment, I'm sorry, which leads me to fear that I might not be allowed to return home after this evening's meeting if I attended in person. Accordingly to tonight's agenda, this will be the second reading for item number 8.1, which according to the above referenced July 9th Leon Valley City Council meeting seems to somehow be tied together with item number 4 of that meeting, and as the agenda indicates, was discussed in executive session. As I read over these two agendas and try to figure out what this is all about, using only the publicly available information that has been provided by the city, I find the task to be somewhat beyond my ability to comprehend without receiving some additional information. So therefore, the reason that I'm sending you this letter of inquiry. Question number 1. If the city of Leon Valley is going to conduct an internal investigation, why is it going to cost us, the city, $20,000? Question number 2, if the subject and the reasons for this investigation were discussed in an executive session, then how is the City Council going to be able to conduct the city's business in an open and transparent manner if the full details and reason for the budget adjustment required, which seems to be excluded from the packet from tonight's meeting, are not discussed in an open session before the vote is taken? Question number 3. If it is decided by a majority vote of the City Council that this investigation is needed and is necessary, would it not be possible for the city to enlist the help of another governmental entity, such as the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, or maybe the Office of the Texas Rangers, or perhaps solicit bids or request RFPs to see if it can be accomplished for less than $20,000? When one reviews the above highlighted sentences from the Leon Valley July 9th meeting, it is easy to see that they are combined, tied together, which would seem to be placing you all in a bit of a quandary as you seek a solution to the perceived problems. But as you review the subject and make your decision, a few things must be remembered. Our Leon Valley employees should always be treated with respect and dignity, and they must be accorded procedural due process at all times, and that the spending of the Leon Valley citizens' tax dollars must be accomplished in an open and transparent manner. In closing, I ask that this letter be read in full by the mayor at the appropriate time in the meeting, and that it and the attached letter be displayed on the council chamber video screen. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. During the time of the reading and the discussion, and that it and the attached November 17, 2017 letter written by the city attorney be included in their entirety in the minutes of this meeting. I thank you for your service to our city and will be looking forward to the detailed copies of the minutes of this meeting to receive the answers to my questions. So, Ms. Kinsler, can you address these questions? Would that be appropriate?
The majority of the questions, no, it would not be appropriate. What I can tell you, what you already know, is that this is a departmental investigation that involves personnel matters. Personnel matters can be held in executive session per the law of the state of Texas. There's not a problem with doing that. Certain deliberations about officers or employees of a governmental body can also be held in executive session unless the officer or the employee requests that the deliberations be held in open session. Since the officers or the employees involved in this matter did not request an open session, then the discussions and the deliberations are confidential. Therefore, it's perfectly legal for you to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. If there's an action taken after the executive session, then it has to be done in an open forum. But that's absolutely an exception to the open rules meeting, is a personnel matter, which is exactly what you did. Any information that we can release to the public by law, we certainly will once this is conducted. But personnel matters in general, you don't release them.
Okay. Okay, I understand that. Okay, and as far as the question, could the $20,000 have been, or could that amount have been reduced if we went to another agency? That was another question. Texas
Our
Rangers
concern in going to another agency is because of the ties to other agencies, and we wanted an independent investigation where nobody knew anybody. And definitely we could not have gone to a law enforcement agency for this, no.
Okay.
And so in effect, it was another agency.
It was, no, it was somebody that had come from another agency, absolutely, but he had just retired. He had come from 3 different agencies, 3 different fire departments where he had been the chief.
And outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
source.
It was somebody from the outside that, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right. And this was a time sensitive, this had to be done quickly is what I
Time
understand.
sensitive because there's safety safety issues that are being questioned, and we
Okay.
want to ensure that all employees are safe at all times.
Okay.
So when a safety matter surfaces, it absolutely becomes time sensitive.
Okay, so this 20,000 is going to cover the cost of this investigator, his time and expenses.
And travel
for,
expenses.
And travel expenses for, and a report for about 2 or 3 weeks, would you say? Or, I mean,
It was,
yeah.
but we're still working with him, but he's not charging us anymore. So we're up to 3 weeks for sure.
Okay, all right. So, all right, anything else that I didn't, I want to be sure that we've tried to answer as clearly and as openly and honestly.
Question about bids. I mean, I would think that was part of what you read.
Right. We didn't have time to go for RFPs, right, because of the safety issue?
It's the amount. You don't have to go for an
Okay.
RFP when it's under $50,000, number one. Number two, because it was a safety issue, we wanted to find a trained expert that could come the following week. So just started making phone calls to see who we could get.
Okay.
All right. All right. Anything else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
The only objection I have is I believe as a policy board, we should have been brought in before rather than after the fact. That's all I have to say.
So unfortunately, a city manager has the authority to do a contract up to $50,000 with or without the council. I wanted the council, number one, to be involved. Number two, I wanted to make sure that we were being transparent with the council on what was happening. And number three, instead of trying to go and gather the money from each department at the end of a fiscal year, I thought that this was a very appropriate expense given that we had people's, possibly their safety in danger. So approve it or not approve it, it's really irrelevant. We'll just go into the general fund and we'll start getting from, we'll start taking from other places and reducing other projects. It's already been done. It had to be done it had to be done. And I explained in executive session to you why it had to be done.
And so this money would come from the general fund rather than from each
Correct.
pockets of money in a department is what
Correct.
you're asking for.
I'm trying not to affect all the other departments
I
by what
understand
happened.
that. Okay. All right. Anything else? Yes.
Councilman Jordan submitted
Okay,
a comment.
please. Thank
I
you.
have reviewed the request and I am aware of the reasoning. I thank the city manager for coming to the council to advise us of this expenditure because technically she is authorized to approve funds exceeding the $20,000 requested tonight. I agree this budget adjustment should be approved.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else?
Excel is amazing.
I move that we approve it as requested.
And I second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve agenda item number 8.1 as presented with the budget adjustment of $20,000. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Thank you.
And I don't believe Mr. Jordan can vote from afar. Is that correct? Or can he? Yeah, I didn't think he could, but I mean, we did get his comments can be part of the record.
Learned how to use Excel.
Yeah.
Mayor and council, if he was on teleconference.
Skyping, he could,
Skyping
right,
in, he
exactly.
could have, but
Okay, I just
Not
wanted
like
to
that.
clarify that. Okay.
FaceTime or,
And thank you, and and I guess
FaceTime or
I think
forget
we're all
which one.
seeing this evening how you can communicate with council during or prior to a council meeting. So please use Excel, use the email, get your thoughts and comments to the council, and we'll be more than happy to share those if you're not able to be here. Okay, thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 8.2. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read the ordinance.
Sorry. An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, City Council, amending the enterprise fund of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2017-2018 in the amount of $48,400 to provide funding for construction of the Heebner Road Silo Property Sewer Main Project.
Thank you. Good evening. Ms. Moritz, do you have an update? This is our second reading. Anything new from the last reading?
I did take the item back to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee, and they did rehear it, and they decided to vote approval.
Okay, so that was for the 48,400 adjustment then for the sewer connection. Sewer main connection, yes. Okay, very good. And any other questions from
So does
our
that
counselor?
mean it no longer will come from the enterprise fund, but it'll come from their own? So that needs to be changed?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that need to be redone in any way other than to?
Just voted as amended. You can amend that in your motion.
Okay, all right.
So I move that we vote, I move that we approve it as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcocer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance number 8.2 as amended. Any further discussion? Yes, you have a comment by Councilor Jordan.
Jordan, correct. I am in support of funding this budget adjustment for this item.
Okay, very good. With Councilor Jordan's approval from afar. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much, Ms. Moritz, for that. Okay, moving then to regular agenda item 9.1. These are our first readings. And Ms. Pasolé, if you'll please read 9.1 regular agenda item, please.
It's actually a resolution.
Oh, it's a resolution. Okay, so I get to read that one. All right. 7.2 as well. And yes, I've got 7.2. I was going to add that after 9.2.
Okay.
I was going to add 7.2. So let me read regular agenda 9.1. Discuss and consider possible action on a resolution appointing members and alternates to the Board of Adjustment, Zoning Commission, and Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. And Ms. Pasolé, if you've been collecting these applications like crazy.
I really didn't have to. I don't know if people are watching or what, but if you make these appointments tonight, you'll have completed these 3 boards, which is, I think, we haven't done that in a while. So
that's great.
Yes.
I appreciate everyone's willingness to serve.
I did get a call from Oscar Valdez,
yes,
who reread his application and the descriptions of the boards and asked if he could switch with Mr. I'm probably going to say this, Maloof. They both wanted either or. So
either what or what?
I'm sorry, Board of Adjustment or zoning.
Oh, okay.
So if I may read
you may.
the applications that are interested. For Board of Adjustments, David Beals, Naomi Morgan, and Oscar Valdez would like to serve in those positions, however you want to appoint them.
What is the date of their application?
It's in your packet.
I don't have mine in mine for some reason. I didn't get any of my applications.
I have the hard copies on my desk. I can go get them with the timestamps.
I think what I have been observing is that this council's been approving it as they come in.
They have. And the order that I just read off is the order that I had on your sheet, so I'm assuming that must be the order I received them in.
Okay, so you have David Beals, Naomi, what's her last name? Morgan, and Oscar Valdez.
Correct.
Okay, for Board of Adjustment. Do you want to continue and take them all at once, or one at a time?
I
What's
have
your
a
pleasure?
question first.
Yes.
Did Maloof also say either
Yes.
board?
Yes.
Okay. But
Okay.
Oscar had a preference.
He did after reading I guess there's more of a not a commitment. You have more zoning meetings consistently than you do Board of Adjustment meetings.
And he was prepared to commit to that?
Correct.
And in our packet, it was David Maloof that wanted the Board of Adjustment.
Correct.
And he came in on July 11th. Just for a record, David Beals applied on June 29th, Naomi Morgan on July 10th, and David Maloof on July 11th. Zoning Commission, Let's see, Hillary Huber on July 6th and Oscar on July 11th.
So if that's the case, let's see. Well, that's right. Naomi you said July 10th and Oscar was July 11th. So that would still be the right order. Okay.
Yeah, the only difference in our presentation is Oscar and David switching.
Right. Okay, so and they're both on July 11th.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Right. So then the other one we have is the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. This would also fill that committee. We have Oscar Valdez and Amber Mauser had both applied for those two last vacancies.
And those dates, Councilor Martinez?
Oscar July 11th and Amber on July 11th.
Okay, very good. All right.
And that's all I have right now.
Okay.
We do have in the e-news this past Friday and, for the next few Fridays, we'll be asking for people like for Earthwise.
Tree Advisory has one
Advisory
opening.
and
Park's got a couple.
Beautification?
Well, beautification's
There's no
open
limit.
too. Yeah.
Right.
Beautification is no limit as well. So.
Right. But Park, we do have positions open on the Park, the Tree, and Earthwise. Oh.
I tell you, we've really had some phone issues tonight. Okay. That's okay. Get the hook. No, just teasing. Okay, so we need a motion and a second to approve, please.
So I move that we approve the boards and positions in the order that they applied and in the positions that are available in that same order.
Well, you have to make an exception for Oscar and David. They want
Well,
to switch from what's presented here.
I accept that with the request that Oscar go to the zoning and...
No, he goes to the Board of Adjustment. Oscar does.
Oscar wanted the zoning.
No, he wanted Board of
Adjustment.
And David
Maloof
wanted zoning.
Okay, that was my understanding. Okay.
Okay.
So let me start again.
Okay, all right.
Back up.
Okay.
I move that we approve the people that have applied to the three boards in the order that they applied, with the exception of Oscar Valdez being on the Board of Adjustment and David Maloof being on the Zoning Commission. And that their positions be in the order that is necessary to fill those boards and according to when they applied. So the first one that applied gets the first position available. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Martinez to appoint the three boards, Board of Adjustment, Zoning, and Economic Development, in the order that the applicant applied, with the exception of switching Oscar Valdez to Board of Adjustment and David Maloof to Zoning. That pretty well cover it? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And thanks again to all those people who are willing to serve for our community.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I may, I believe that there's potential, this is for future reference,
Yes.
but it applies to boards, a potential conflict between the ECDC board and the zoning board, and I think that we should consider, like we did the Board of Adjustment and the zoning, that a person can't hold a position on both of those boards. I saw conflict at the last meeting, and I see more potential conflict that between the zoning and the ECDC, and I'd like us to consider also not appointing a person on one board and on the other board also.
Okay. Do you think we could talk about that at the retreat?
We can.
Yeah. Okay. And then we can bring that back if we... Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for that. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 9.2. Again, our first reading. And so, Ms. Pastelet, if you will please read that ordinance.
An ordinance approving the dedication of a 181-acre pocket park. I'm sorry, I read that A kind of funny. Can I start that over? I'm used to them doing Lot A or whatever, so let me just start that. Okay, an ordinance approving the dedication of a 1.81-acre pocket park in the 6200 block of El Verde Road, being portions of lots 45, 45A, 51, 52, and 53, CB 5955, Leon Valley Ranches subdivision, upon deeded ownership of the land, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. And we have Melinda Moritz, our Public Works Director, here to present. Good evening again, and welcome.
Thank you. And this is to consider the creation of another pocket park. And this one would provide accessible recreation for persons that live on El Verde and also in Shadow Mist. And it will also enhance the proposed hike and bike trail that's going to be in that area as well. And this is a picture. Over here is the existing fire station. So City Hall is over here. And right now you can see the LC17 contractor's Connex trailer right here and on an existing slab. That one better.
Okay, excuse me. Yes, that's much better. Would you show us City Hall again and the fire department?
About down here.
Oh, it's, okay. I didn't think it was on there. That's why I was saying, did I miss something? Okay.
And then you got the Harrison's house, then there's a vacant lot, then there's the fire station, and then it's right next to that, but it's all this here.
And where is the bridge?
The Bandera Road Bridge?
Yes, ma'am.
It's down here.
Oh, way down there. So it doesn't go all the way to the bridge? This
No.
Potential park? Okay, all right. Just the 1.81. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
And this is what it looks like right now. It's got the Connex trailer on it, and it's got the LC17 sign. It's a beautiful piece of property with obviously there were houses here before, and so all of those homeowners had planted trees. And so this is a beautifully treed area because the houses were removed, but the trees stayed behind. There's the Connex trailer. And then this is what that property looked like before that Connex trailer got on there. So you can see there's a huge slab left over from a home. So Shadow Mist Park is planned to be mostly parking. It's going to complement the City of San Antonio's Crystal Hills Park, and we'll have a little bit of land left over. Crystal Hills Trailhead is located at the end of Shadow Mist. The Leon Valley Trail will connect to Crystal Hills Trailhead and then run parallel to El Verde Road to the Bandera Road Bridge. The site has an existing concrete slab from the demolished home that could be used to support a picnic pavilion. The LC17 project on Huebner Creek will be completed in December of 2018. The creek is to be landscaped and graded for the proposed trail. The land's not going to be deeded to us until a one-year maintenance period has passed. And so we think that's going to be around January of 2020. And then our trail would be built also at the same time. We can't do anything until they actually give the land to us.
So the trail wouldn't begin until January 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Melinda, don't we also want to wait on the deed, though, until the LOMAR has been done from FEMA?
Yes, absolutely. So we're hoping that they can get that done within that one-year maintenance period. So and this went through the Park Commission, and they would do exactly like they did for all the other pocket parks. They send out surveys to the immediate neighborhood, asking people, number one, do you want to park there? And then number two, if you do, what kind of amenities you'd like at that park. And then the design and budget could be prepared and then presented to City Council once we finally did have all the answers and the land was deeded to us. I spoke preliminarily with a couple of the residents on El Verde, some of the ones that I thought might be more opposed than others, and it was met with favor. Surprised me. And so looking towards the future, if you were to furnish that park in the manner that we've been furnishing all the other pocket parks, you're probably looking at $82,000 overall. But what we've been doing with the other pocket parks is just funding a piece per year until they finally get done. So that's something for the future. The trail's being funded separately through the MPO, and the costs are unknown at this time, but this park could possibly be included in that trail design.
Right.
And it meets the City Council's goals of continuing to work on capital and planning projects. specifically examine park systems to incorporate the LC-17 and silo property conveyance. So the Park Commission recommended dedication of 1.81 acres of land with these lots as a pocket park for that neighborhood. Does anybody have any questions?
Melinda, do we actually have to do this now? I'd really like to hear from the citizens. I mean, and like you said, do the survey. Like to see a connection to this park from Seneca West. They need to be able to access it, and
Seneca West would be a little difficult because they'd have to come through the bottom of the creek, Heber Creek.
Yeah, but can we do something there? I'd hate for them to be so close to a park and not be able to get to it.
They're near the ridge at Leon Valley Park. That's in their neighborhood. Off of William Rancher and Grass Hill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could eventually connect absolutely through there, but this one, the Park Commission feels like what they're trying to do, and according to their master plan, is to provide a pocket park in each one of the neighborhoods that don't have ready access to Raymond Rimkus Park.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was part of their goals.
But they're going to actually have two. They're going to have this park and then Crystal Hills.
They're cut off from the Shadow Mist and Crystal Hills by that soccer field. So if you had the kids that want to play in the neighborhood, just run to a pocket park in their neighborhood, that's a safer place for them to be, is on this one.
Okay, so they don't have access to Shadow Mist unless they go all the way around.
Or go down the hike and bike trail.
And go down the hike and bike trail.
And because of the charter, the city's charter, before I would have just come to the city council with an M&C and said, hey, do you mind if we explore this idea, send out surveys to the neighborhood and find out all about it. But now we have to have an ordinance for everything. And so that's why I was like, upon deeded ownership. I really didn't know what to put in the ordinance. Basically what I'm asking for the Park Commission is permission to go explore this idea, send out the surveys, find out if those people, how many of the people agree to have the park.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because I'm glad that you've gotten some good, positive response back. But I remember years ago, somebody said, "Well, we don't want what was it? Amphitheater." Do you remember that plan we had along that creek? Was an amphitheater, and people said, "We don't want an amphitheater because it's going to be too noisy," et
I
cetera,
think
et
after
cetera.
I explained the concept of what a pocket park is, it's for the neighborhood and it's for the neighborhood kids.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I did receive was, well, the hike and bike trail people are going to want to use it. And the hike and bike trail people are probably going to stop, but that's not what they're on the trail for. They're on the trail to hike and to bike. They'll probably stop there, rest for a minute, and then get up and go on their way. This is specifically geared towards children in the neighborhood.
Okay, so all you want is an ordinance approving 1.81 of this acre to be a future pocket park?
Yes, ma'am.
But then you'll get the surveys from the neighbors and you'll get the specifics. We'll get the specific, because I was thinking this would be great for the town hall meeting, for people to give feedback, I guess. Well, I guess you want to just do it in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And not everybody, is that right?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Same as we did with the Silo Park and with the Old Mill Park.
Okay, but then I also saw on your list, what about those benches, those repurposed benches? And you had $2,000, and I thought, well, we've already paid for those benches. Can we put those in the park?
Well, it'd be a year and a half from now. The benches that we're fixing to receive, which we are fixing to receive, by the way, they're going to be put in other places. So we'll be out of benches by then.
It's way before we need them. I mean, we need them now and not in the future. Okay. All right. Well, those are my questions then, I think. Repurposed benches. Okay. And I was just questioning, do we need a playscape? But again, you've just got to get the input from the citizens.
But as a reminder, Mayor, I don't think in most of the parks we really asked the people if they wanted a park. We just dedicated the area as the park and then asked them what they wanted in it. And so you'll always get the naysayers.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, but in addition, the thing that concerns me, Melinda, is where it says presentation and discussion instead of an action, and I don't know then if
it's a first read. You have to have two
I
reads.
understand it's a first read, but I know we don't take action today, but even the others have the word action in them.
Mine always say presentation discussion on the first read, and then when we go to the second read, you'll notice it says discussion and action.
Okay, all right.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez, I appreciate that.
I'm just wondering, when I first read this, I wondered, are we premature in this? And the reason I say that is, if I remember, the whole LC17 plan is when they finish it, they're going to put grass and plant trees, and a year from now, hand it over to us as a functioning park.
They're not handing it to us to be a park. They're just deeding the land to us.
Right, but it's going to be grass and trees, so it could be a park, but it's going to be deeded to the city. And I'm just wondering if we're a little premature in doing this now, or waiting a year and a half or 2 years from now when we actually get or own the property.
That's why I put in there upon deeded ownership. Right now, all the park commission wants to do is send out the surveys and do all the background on it, like we did with the other two.
And if you've been on the trail, there is no park. In addition, well, anywhere along the trails, there basically isn't park. It's hike and bike, but and some of it looks nice and some does not. But on the ridge, for example, we made that a year or two part of it park already, and we have a new part of park, and it has an exercise area, but it looks miserable. So, you have to plan. What she's trying to do is plan ahead on these, and that's what the Parks Commission has been working on, saying let's plan ahead so things like the ridge don't sit so long where they have to wait to have little things done. So I think it's okay, in my opinion, to try to do it, to anticipate what's happening. Besides, in looking at those pictures, it's actually park-like, much more so than the one, the little park over in off of Hebner, or even the
Old Mill Park.
The Old Mill Park, the Silo Park. None of those really looked park-like before we got into them. This one actually looks park-like, so it's taking advantage of that.
I thought that, didn't they cut down 1,000 trees in that area?
For the
Not
LC17
For the
project in total.
LC17 in total, but it didn't affect this area?
This one's not being affected. In fact, I was going to answer that part of the
I
question
need to go
too,
down and
is
look at it.
for them to come back and seed and sod and do that creek. This part's not touched. This one's outside of the zone where he's working, and so they will not be seeding, sodding, or even touching this part. But what they were going to do was take out that slab. And so I told them, make that your last priority. Let me find out what the council wants to do. And if the council approves of this, then we would just leave the slab there, which basically means this whole area would be untouched.
Is the heritage tree in that area?
I believe it's down from there.
It's down from there. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Moritz? Okay. Yeah, I just want to hear from the citizens on what they like. They may say, leave it natural. We just don't know.
Yep.
And
That's why I want to start the process,
exactly.
get the surveys out, find out what they really want, if they want it or not, but.
Okay, and I know the Park Commission does a really good job of outreaching to the neighborhoods and trying to get people to come to public meetings and get their input with surveys. So, all righty. So this is our first step, and we'll take it up at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then moving then to, I was going to bring down 7.2 that we passed over. Next, under the agenda item number 9, and Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read 7.2, and this is a first read as well.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council, amending section 15.02.72101 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding times and requirements for regular meetings of the Zoning Commission, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and for providing an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening. Yes, I'd like to introduce you, Brandon Melland, our Community Development Director. Thank you for being here, and welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, you bet.
This is a code amendment item. Currently, our zoning code is prescriptive in assigning a time that we must have our zoning code meetings at that time is currently stated to be 7 o'clock. And so the only other way to have a meeting outside of that time is for the commission to make an announcement at the beginning of the meeting before that saying we wish to have the meeting at this time. So this is a simple code amendment to remove that time. There's no need to have a time in there, so this is a code amendment to remove that time to provide us flexibility in having meetings at 6 o'clock or 6:30.
So that's why we put it in consent. We thought, this is so simple. Yeah. And then we realized we can't do it. So that's the basic, just changing the time.
Yes, ma'am.
So you could have flexibility. Yes,
My
Counselor.
problem with it is it seemed that it needs to have a phrase like at the time agreed to by the committee or something like that instead of no time. Because thinking of someone reading it later on, they're checking, well, when is that meeting going to be? And they would have no clue where to go and find it without doing a lot of inquiry, it would seem to me.
I think moving forward, we'll be looking at consistently having our meetings at 6:30. And so I think, we'll be establishing that consistency so our regular patrons that, come to our meetings will expect that.
I try to be a regular patron, but if I don't know when it's going to be, it just seems it needs to have something that will indicate how you find it out, but that's my thought.
Okay, welcome, Counselor Jordan at 911. We're so glad you're here. Thank you. You bet.
Sandra has
Appreciated your input too. Yes, Council, Ms. Postley. Yeah, I know it's
You're
about ready to
determined
go.
to make me
I'm
a
so used to
counselor.
saying counselor up here, so yes.
I was just going to say that out of all the committees and boards and commissions, the only one that has a time in your code of ordinances is the council.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Well, then I withdraw my objection.
Yeah, and
I
zoning.
didn't realize
Yeah,
that.
currently.
Okay. It's good with me.
Okay, so this is our first reading, so we will then move it to August 7th for our approval. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, then we are going to move to 9.3, and there is another first reading, and Ms. Postley, if you'll please read 9.3.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council authorizing a conveyance of permanent water and sewer easement to the City of San Antonio for the use, benefit, and control of the San Antonio Water System Board of Trustees and other matters in connection therein, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and for an effective date.
Thank you. Oh, you're back again, Ms. Morris. How are you?
Back.
Okay. Easements.
So this is to consider approval of an ordinance granting permanent recycled water and sewer main easements in the bottom of Hebner Creek at Evers Road to the San Antonio Water System. Oh, I'm trying to click the pointer. SAWS has had plans in place for the replacement of the recycled water main and sewer main that both run the length of Hebner Creek in Leon Valley. This project is called W2 Hebner Creek. The plans were delayed by several years, during which time we've almost replaced our low water crossing with a bridge. The new bridge is located directly over the existing SAWS easements. As a part of the SAWS W2 Hebner Creek project, SAWS is requesting that we grant new easements for these mains to avoid altering the bridge structure. And I would have stood in front of that bridge had they tried to alter it at this point. The easements are to be located in Hebner Creek on the north side of Evers Road. They've now, as you could tell, started the construction of the mains down by the Bandera Road Bridge. Now, that part is a part of the LC17 project. It's not considered part of the W2 project for SAWS. But because of the replacement bridge, the original easements will no longer be accessible and new ones need to be obtained. There's a 0.128 acre tract and a 0.037 acre tract as a total. And this just gives you an idea of where they're at. This is where the library is located right here. Mm-hmm. This is Allie Kinman Road, and here's our new bridge. So it'd be this piece here. And this little piece right here, which is actually part of Allie Kinman Road. And this shows you the existing easement, which is over on this side. So the new easement would be right here and right there. The only fiscal impact, SAWS will pay $10 for the title transfer and the filing fees down at Bear County. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, very good. Short and sweet, to the point. Yes, any other questions? Councilor Alcacer.
My question is, do they still need the old easement since
Yeah.
they're getting this?
It would just be left as it is. Nobody's going to use it. If you
But-
look at where it's at.
Well, the reason, I
looks like it's on
understand
Post
where
Road.
it is, but the problem is that every time we've tried to do things, they'll say, oh, that's, SAWS has an easement, and you have to check with them. And I have learned that you can actually get those easements deeded back.
Really?
And
They could abandon the easement,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mayor and council, I was just going to say that these type of easements, it's no expiration, they just get abandoned. If they're no longer used after.
You
a
can
certain-
actually get it deeded back. That's
It's
what I've
still our
learned.
property, we just give them a right to use it.
Right, but if if there's an easement, and we want to do something there, you always have to.
And that
get
looks
their
like that's in the
permission.
park over there, right? Number 8?
Well, they'll still have
Yeah,
this piece
8,
right
9.
here, but now it's going to come this way instead. And so it goes back on its original route. So the only thing affected is right there at the bridge. And so we're not going to put
Just
anything
saying.
down there.
Yes, Councilor Martinez.
And you said the other easement is on Ella Kinman Drive.
Yes.
Okay, and if we want to do something, or they can just come and tear up our street and...
There's already an easement there for electrical. In fact, the electricity for the library runs under that road, and we've torn it up.
Okay, but if SAWS tears it up, are they going to fix it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I think so. Definitely. Okay, so you feel pretty adamant about, Ms. Alcacer, that we should not abandon it, but actually officially, does that matter?
Well, that they abandon it and deed it back.
Is that something we can request? I mean, I don't, where are the advantages,
They can do it
disadvantages
and
of
do the
that?
paperwork on it.
There's so many types of easements, and this particular one, it just gets abandoned, but I can check the law, Councilwoman, and see if that's a possibility. I did read the easement agreement, and I did try to put some language in there, but they were like, no, that's not going to work, to make it better for us to get the land back quicker than an abandonment, but they didn't go for it. So, I did check on the law, and the only thing I saw was for that type of easement is abandonment. But I'll.
And how many years do you?
It's not even
It's not a time frame?
It's not a time frame. It's just over a period of time. If it's not in use, it's by the person that holds the easement. It's just abandoned.
And if the utilities aren't there, because we have easements that have not been touched in 30, 40 years, but the gas main is still in there and it's still active.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so would you like the
I'd like
city
the
attorney to go ahead?
inquiry,
Yeah, if you
just-
could inquire, and then this is our first reading, so next reading we can have new information. Okay. Thank you very much for that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda. Okay, we're moving then to agenda item number 9.4, ordinance, first reading. Ms. Pastelay, if you'll please read this agenda item.
An ordinance authorizing a master sign plan at 5601 Bandera Road, more specifically described as Lot 11, Block 1, Bandera Center Subdivision, Unit 5, as requested by Keller Custom Signs on behalf of TRT HEB Marketplace, LP, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much.
Point of
Yes.
order or inquiry, is the requester here?
No, ma'am, they are not here this evening.
And I'm,
You're a
we
fiddler.
have to be consistent, and in spite of who it is, I believe it would be appropriate to have it postponed till the requester is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and Council, would it be okay, because this is the first reading, if he could just make the presentation, and then on the next one, which is the second one, would you, or do you want the first reading to go
We have to
over?
be
I was
consistent.
going to say,
The last person.
the last
we
person
made
was the
them-
motorcycle guy, motorcycle person, yeah. Counselor Jordan?
Was the company told to be here or asked to be here?
Yes, we
Okay.
reached out to them,
There you
and they,
go.
between the sign company
Okay.
being on vacation and the property ownership group is out of state, they were not able to have somebody be here at the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So the pleasure of the council on this agenda item. Yes.
No action. We can just take direction.
We just,
We'll
want
just
to
postpone it
this.
to the next. Do we need a motion and a second to postpone it? No?
There's no action on this item.
We don't need it.
There's no action on
Okay.
this item, sir.
All right. So if you'll just ask them to please be here on August 7th, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Brandon.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, you bet.
I thought you had to table it
May-
to a
date certain.
to a later date.
This is just a first reading. It wasn't even read. It wasn't even presented. So at this point, it would just be pulled
Okay.
from the agenda and then put on the next agenda.
Very good. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 9.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an update of the 4th of July event held Wednesday, July 4th, 2018. And we have Ms. Posley here. She's recovered. She didn't get too sunburned. Yes. And so anyway, I have some questions on this. Where is it?
Well, Council, last Tuesday, you asked me to bring back some numbers for you to consider when moving forward with a September 1st, which is the Labor Day weekend celebration that you voted on last Tuesday. So, on Wednesday, July 4th, we did have the annual 4th of July celebration. The morning events, like you said, were well attended, went well, and then it ended due to severe weather. It ended badly. She's laughing. Okay. So in-kind sponsorship, we had a total of $4,891 from HEB and from SAT Energy. The revenues totaled $61,105, and that came from sponsors, booth rentals, which you can see right here. We started with $4,050, but we've had 3 refunds issued. They did not want to come back September 1st. And so there's your breakdown on there. Event expenditures, this is just, what are we, a week and a half out, maybe 2 weeks. So we are still getting a couple invoices coming in, but right now, as of today, the total expenditures on this event were $82,738 with an approximate, we don't have a final number on this right here, the staff overtime, because Angela's still doing payroll. I'll have a final number in the morning, but right now it's looking like it's coming in at about $17,000, which $12,000 of that 17 comes from the fire department. They had pretty much everybody on duty that day. Police department, a lot of their overtime, they charged towards the red light camera funds. They kind of covered some of that. And then Public Works had about $5,000. So your event budget revenues, it's $65,738. That was budgeted for, okay, let me start that over. $65,757 was budgeted for the event. $46,000 of that was for the event itself, and then $19,757 was budgeted for overtime. We brought in $61,000 in revenues. You had a total of $126,862 to do the event, and yes, that includes the $12,000 from the EDC that you asked me not to spend, but the total expenditures for this event. And the good news is, if we had had this, we would have come in under budget. I would just like to add that because that was my goal. So $82,000 is what we actually had spent, not final, but pretty darn close to what you're going to end up. So that leaves you a balance, again, with the EDC, $12,000 of $44,124. So if you were to do the September 1st you were looking at about $52,000 to spend, and that does not include the overtime, which I'm assuming would be half of what we spent on this one, because this was probably about 10.
About 10.
I'm guessing, because you're talking about a 6-hour event versus, the fire department had folks staffed at the pools and, the soapbox derby, the parade, so about 6 hours. I'm guessing maybe 10. It's all, we don't know right now.
Okay.
But 52,000 is what I came up with, and that's just for your fence, like your basic festival stuff, your fence, your portacools, your porta potties, the stage.
We have to pay that all over again.
Yeah.
Right.
Advertisement.
Okay, 7,554. Is that what you had on page 250 of our book? Has that changed at all? Because
No,
I
ma'am.
came up with, when I added that column, it was 69,433, not 52.
The M&C in your packet right now was updated today. So if you're looking at the M&C from Friday,
yeah, I am.
the one that's in the packet right now was updated today after we got some more numbers.
Okay, I did get that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just in the packet.
Okay.
But 52 is what you're looking at
So
without overtime.
you had on Friday 25,570 for the fence and the porta potties and
Mhm.
all that. Is that changed?
No, that's
Okay.
the same.
7,554 for advertisements.
Right.
Is that the same?
Yes.
Okay. 18,600 for entertainment.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had 17,709 for rides.
Right. The rides were they're expensive, but
that has not changed,
No,
right?
ma'am.
Okay, so when I added that was 69,433. Then I said, what about overtime? So we add that, and it's 79,433, and we only have 44,124 left. Correct? Do y'all see what I'm
right here is
saying?
what you
Yeah.
have left. Now,
Yeah.
Mayor, in all honesty, last Friday when I was getting all this in, those numbers on that M&C from Friday, I don't like them.
Oh,
I'd
you
rather you
don't?
go with today's.
Well, what are today's? I didn't
I'm
see
sorry, it is in your packet. I didn't print mine off.
I get a here's what I'm suggesting is,
It's not in the
that's-
PowerPoint.
just
Not the
let's
breakdown.
say it's close to $79,000 to put this on, or $80,000 to put it on.
Right.
And we only have 44
Left,
Maybe
yeah.
left. Maybe we should consider not having the rides for 17,709. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out to reduce the cost.
How
to
many
this.
people pre-bought?
Yeah.
5.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Is
or
it
7,
5
yeah.
people or 7?
And they haven't come back for a refund yet, but
Yeah.
I
wherever
want a
you are,
refund.
we'll give you, we'll let you have your
I'm
money
just
back,
saying,
or you can come back in.
It's a lot of money. I mean,
Yes.
even for the day, if it hadn't gotten rained out, $123,007 is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to put it. I think we all want to put it on again. But how can we keep that cost down? And that's the only way I could look at it was cutting the rides. I mean, the rides are okay, but it's not.
Well,
we
if
don't have to
nobody
have-
had the interest, then
Yeah. So
then I want my money back on.
So we could save $17,709. So I don't know. What do y'all think? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Makes good
You
sense to
mentioned,
me.
you mentioned the porta coolers. What are those? The misters to keep?
Those are it's like a big cooler that blows air through water. It cools the air.
Now, do we
around.
need those in September, or could those be?
It's Texas. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
probably.
still hot till December.
Probably.
Probably
This is
what I would
September
say.
1st.
Yeah, it's still going to be
Not
pretty
gonna cool
hot.
off very quick.
Yeah.
Do we get any funds from the vendors? Do we only get their
Their
whatever they're
$400.
setting up the booth and nothing else?
We have to pay for the booths. That's $1,600 that the city pays for, and then we charge anywhere. It depends on what kind of booth they want. $300 to $400.
Right, but we don't get any of their they
proceeds.
get everything
No.
they take in?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. we need
The
to
only one that you
reconsider.
get a portion of is for the
So
beverage or the beer, right? Go ahead, I'm going to move forward. Oops. So your options are to proceed with the September 1st event and come back for a possible budget adjustment, which might approximately be, again, approximately,
think
be
it's gonna be more than that.
$22,000. Or cancel altogether and come and come in 30,000 under. I will add that the fireworks, they said that they would hold that till next year. Ms. Frederick did read over the entertainment contract.
Oh, shoot. Isn't that weird? Our phones, it's me now.
It's her now.
This is my reminder to call my son. Oh, well. Hello. Isn't that weird? 3 interruptions. My apologies as well. I'll join the club tonight. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
So the fireworks, they said they would hold them till next July. If you wanted to do that, that is an option. Ms. Frederick read over the contract for the entertainment and the stage entertainment, and they would have to give us back their deposit that the city did pay, which isn't much. It's just 2 of them. So
the entertainment would have to give
back their deposit. They received 50%.
Mayor and council, what the contract says is that we pay them half the amount as a deposit, and then if there's force majeure, we get 100% of that back. We don't have to pay the remainder. If there's weather that causes the cancellation, which is also force majeure, if there's weather and they reschedule with us to come back on in September and perform, then they get to keep the deposit and they get paid the rest of their funds. But if they don't come back and perform, they need to pay us back the deposit, 100%.
Oh, okay. Well, I just think that it's going to cost us more than whatever you had up there, 20,000.
52.
52?
52 to do it again with a possible budget adjustment of 22,000.
So, yeah, that's
and you've
about
got 44
right.
left.
I said 79,433.
Except if we leave.
But if we take off the rides, that's a savings of 17,000, which.
So the 22 extra might include overtime, because you don't have that calculated in.
Correct, and I will say that Amanzi Rentals, that's the rides, I still haven't heard back from them. Their supervisor went on vacation or something over the weekend, and she promised me that I'd have the number, like a discounted number, if we were to do it on the 1st, and I just hadn't heard back from them yet.
But did she promise you for today?
She did, but she's not the boss, and it's the boss we're waiting for. So, and the boss is the only one that can make that decision.
But what's in that contract? Can we cancel with them?
No, I mean they set up for a day and a half out there in the sun. All the rides were ready to go. They were inspected. They were.
But so what you're saying is that we have to continue with them? We can't say thank you, but no thank you?
You've already paid them. Yeah.
Oh, we already paid them the $17,000.
Oh. So I'm trying to see.
Or give the money back?
Okay, I didn't realize that you'd already paid them. Okay, didn't say that.
It's due before the day of the event, 10 days before.
Okay. So I guess, can you do an adjusted, can you do an adjusted thing that says, we've already paid $1,709, we've already paid $20,000 for the fireworks?
You want me to bring it back? Another breakdown, or do you want me to just tell you? I mean, I can tell you we paid for the fence, because those poor people, we adjusted that 4 times, and they were coming and going back and forth. So that is $10,500 estimated right now. I haven't had the final bill come in for that.
$10,500 for the fence.
Right. It hasn't come in yet. So that's about where we're at, because we made some additions, and I kind of shot high on that one for you, because the original request was $9,000, and we made a few other changes. The porta potties were paid for because they were set up, and probably a few of them were used.
And what is that fee to continue?
That is with the fence.
Oh, that's with the fence?
You have to pay these again? I'm not clear.
You would have to pay them again. I have contacted all of them to say, hey, I mean, other than the potties, we didn't use this stuff. But then yet, like I said, the rides folks, a day and a half, they had, I think, 5 to 6 people from their company sitting under the pavilion when we shut it down. They were ready to run those rides.
So we'd have to pay them again, the same fee?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get, a discounted one, but yes, we would. Because there's nothing that, they did the work, they delivered.
Wouldn't want to do it again. I wouldn't think.
I'm sorry?
I don't think we'd want to spend $17,000 again.
No, well, we don't have it. I mean, we do, but that's all you're going to get.
Right, is it?
So I need to know what you want to do because that gives me a month to get this next event together.
Can we get a streamline, bottom line
Yeah.
numbers? There's too many variables here that we paid for, haven't paid for, might get our money back, might not get the money back. Can we
I
just
have a spreadsheet. I'd be happy to email you. There's only like 4 things. There's some soapbox derby things that I don't know. I'm waiting for all the invoices to come in because, I mean, I'm having to count on some other department heads that also, Melinda had expenditures. Again, we really haven't had that long for the companies to even send out their invoices. I did make a lot of calls and I got a lot of them sent to me via email just because I need to get it done so I can move on to the next project and to bring you numbers tonight. So the majority of it's in.
So does your budget adjustment include paying $17,000 again for rides?
No, ma'am. The budget adjustment, the $52,000 that I guesstimated, that was me going through the list saying, okay, this you have to have, this you have to have. It was basically recreating that whole festival at the park event.
Minus the rides?
No, they're in there for 52. The budget adjustment would be for your overtime.
But see, if we eliminate that on the 52, then it brings it down much more reasonable.
So then you're just going to have, we're down to 5 food vendors, which, I mean, we can advertise for more, but people don't want to pay $400 for a 5-hour event. So
Well, that's what they were doing
That's
before.
what
they didn't like it. No, before it was an all-day event. So the vendors that we got this year, a lot of them were not happy that they were only going to get 5 hours.
Really?
Well, they still paid all that money.
They did, but thank
What was the
goodness.
fee?
But, well, that's what we presented in January.
Food trucks.
Well, and it's still, we had to give some,
Let's see
Right.
what
some
they
money back,
get.
so it's already less.
Mhm.
I don't know. What should we do? I mean, and you're saying that the fireworks will
Carry over.
will be preserved for a whole nother year? And we
Right.
could
Well, not
use them?
preserved. They're going to replace them altogether. They've, I believe, Chief, I don't know if he's gone, but Chief Eldez spoke with, I forget her name, but she said, you know, only 4 of them got ruined. We're going to use the rest of them up. We'll give you fresh when you're ready. And she did say she would hold it for a year.
Okay. But we only have 4 food vendors, and you don't anticipate any more than that?
Well, I haven't gone out for any yet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's only been 2 weeks. I'm trying to get caught up on the records
But you
request.
said only 3 have asked for their money back.
Correct.
Well,
We didn't have that many food vendors. We had a couple, Southern Journeys, which was a travel agency, but food, we've lost 3.
Did you have food trucks?
We did. We've lost 1.
You've lost 1.
So how many
Yeah,
food
total.
do we have total?
If we do the first, we have, let me think, I don't have that in front of me. I have 3 food trucks. Well, trucks. I have Kona Ice and then the 2 food trucks.
Okay.
And then I think we had 8, so we're down to 5, 6.
Because, you know, if those people do very well, and you have, does that include the beer and?
No, I have not heard back from the Historical Society on whether they want to do the first.
Okay, well, I think we need more information, but it seems to me that it's workable, and there's a lot of people have already been told it was going to be the first, so this is another.
Yeah, exactly.
So move forward without rides?
Move forward without rides and take a look and see what other items you can cancel or get rid of. Do we really need to have X?
Yeah, what?
You know, do we really need to have this item? Can we get rid of this? Can we get rid of this?
Well, you need potties, you need a fence,
Do we
and you
need
need
a
a
fence?
stage.
Do we need a fence?
Yes, we do. For security, we need fence. The only thing that we could possibly reduce that I can think of is advertising. We don't have to do the banners. We don't have to do all the spots on the radio.
That's another question. Is KSAT 12 going to be our media sponsor again?
I don't know. It's been a week.
Oh, they got
Yeah,
They got a
I
lot
don't
of
think we
people, I
needed
don't
to
know.
pay anybody else with as much as they
No,
did. And some of the other stations also did it, and I don't think they were paid. But those are
This was
area-
radio, Kono, iHeartRadio.
I saw it on Channel 4 several times.
Okay, that was only $1,400, but we can cut things like that. I mean,
Well, the 1,400 counts right now.
I don't know.
postcards, that's another 1,500.
Oh, well, people, I don't know. I think we have to advertise it to our citizens that we're going to have it.
Well, right.
You know, because, but you're,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure if we have enough time
the
and information
electrician,
to,
$6,500.
you know, to really get this
Go
thing
look
together. I mean, I
everything
thought, I just didn't, we didn't have the numbers when we talked about it in general, the last meeting. We didn't have these numbers.
you don't
No,
stand
no,
there
he
like
wanted to say something, and I said, please come.
If you want to know what they think, this
Uh-huh.
sounds like a great quick topic at the coffee this weekend. Just do
Yeah.
a straw poll of everything. Personally, I think this is a lot of money that we could spend on something else.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's Labor Day. It's not something that a lot of people think of. Let's go have a big celebration somewhere. But that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think we could add it to the coffee. I think we could add
Yeah,
it to
Labor
the
Day.
coffee. Yeah, sure. Crystal, can you bring the clickers? Oh, yeah, sure, Mayor. No, of course. You know,
But I have to say, part of the problem is I can't keep, like, having all these people hanging on. I mean, the 4th, and then we went
Can
to
we
the
wait till
3rd, and
Saturday?
now we're going to the 1st, and now we're asking them to not make plans for a band. I mean, I just need an answer. If you can give me that Saturday, that'd be great.
Can
But-
we have the bottom line numbers?
Yeah,
sent
please.
to
I
us
can-
to
I
help
can
us
email them to you
make
tonight
the decision
or
a
tomorrow.
little bit easier.
I think so. The bottom line figures, and then get more citizen input on Saturday, and then we'd make a decision, right?
Can we vote to do that at the coffee?
We
Denise?
agendize it, we can, can't we? If we agendize it, can we vote? No, we can't, that's right. No, we can't vote, that's
Yeah,
right.
we can vote at the retreat, because that's a scheduled. Yes, it is.
Mhm. Mhm. We just have to agendize it, yeah. But that's right, remember on the coffee, all we would do is recommend that it go to a council, a future council agenda for discussion or an action, that's right. So. Oh, Sandra, I tell you, this has just been, an eye-opener, really. I just, I didn't realize all these expenses. Because you're saying if we've already paid the 17,000, so even if we didn't have the rides,
It's gone.
it's gone.
Mhm.
But we could have the rides, and we don't have to pay any extra money?
Yeah.
No, I
We
never said
have to,
that.
we have to pay 17,000 more, right?
Yes, or
Yeah,
a
no,
discount, but
That's right.
no,
No,
nothing,
okay.
nothing's
That's-
free
I
on
just
that.
want to be sure, it's getting late, and I just want
Yeah.
to be sure that I understood that. I don't want the rides. I don't want to pay another 17,000 personally, but anyway. So if we could just make that clear on Saturday, okay. All righty. Well, thank you for all that, Sandra, do appreciate it. Okay, so now we are moving then, let's see. All right, where's my thing? We're moving then, thank you, Sandra, for that presentation. I look forward to the updated numbers on Saturday. Agenda item number 9.7, the City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code. A quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session to discuss the following. Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice with respect to pending litigation regarding civil action case number 516-CV 680, Russell Zinter et al. Versus the City of Leon Valley, a political subdivision of the state of Texas et al. And at this time, which is 9:45, we will move into executive session on Tuesday, July the 17th. And we will come back, but I can't tell you when that'll be for those of you that are here. And then we do have a citizens to be heard agenda item as well. All right, so with that, we will move to executive session. Thank you. Well, because I don't really want to. I want
Die hard, huh? You look so awake.
Oh, I'm tired.
Bye-bye, nice to meet you.
I'm tired, but I'll be here at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Let's go. Oh my gosh, there's the diehards. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, come on.
We have spent the whole time trying to figure out how to use our 5 minutes. So.
Go for it.
Holy moly.
You use great big words, that's how you.
Okay. So, we are back from executive session at approximately 10:56 on Tuesday, July the 17th. We've reconvened into a regular session, and there is no action at this time. So agenda item number 10, we have citizens to be heard. Anyone? You good? Okay, my gosh.
All two
Y'all are too
citizens.
much, man. I thought for sure. Yeah. All right. Okay, so if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at approximately 10:55 on July the 17th. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you hopefully this Saturday. Good evening.